2023 estimated the value of these services at almost $150 trillion. That's more than the entire world's annual GDP. So a huge, huge value. And while some of these services are already traded on global markets and have financial value attributed to them, so for example, food, timber, tourism. I came here to Kenya as an eco-tourist myself. And a lot of the other services have not yet been assigned a financial value. So if we think about water filtration services or flood protection, prevention, or pollination services for agriculture, these are yet to be integrated and priced into our system. So when we're looking at loans or developments or investments, it's very difficult for us to be informed on our reliance on nature because it's not yet priced in, and there isn't much standardized data that enables us to compare like for like in our decision making. So moving to the next slide, the UNEP actually estimated that the ecosystem services on which we rely are valued at 40 times lower than their actual real life value. So as a result of us not reflecting this real value of nature, we're seeing a mismatch and an erosion of natural capital over time. As I mentioned, in the post-industrial era that we're in, we're seeing biodiversity loss at an all-time high. This is unfortunately coupled with economic growth. I think we're at 70% of species decline in the last 50 years. We have almost 1 million species that are currently threatened with extinction. This is all due to land conversion, conversion of natural habitat to agricultural, industrial use, and so on. Obviously, that's driven by population growth, as we've talked about. It's huge on the continent, and explicitly destructive behaviours such as deforestation or pesticide use. And we're seeing this affect climatic changes as well. And those climatic changes are, in turn, unfortunately impacting where natural capital is available because of shifts in biomes and shifts in species ranges. So natural capital loss or biodiversity loss is now ranked as one of sort of the second greatest risk facing humanity over the next decade. So it's the new climate, some might say. And we see financing in nature really lagging behind financing in climate, for instance, and particularly we see financing in nature-positive solutions lagging far behind financing of nature-destructive activities. So Nicole started our session with a very positive stat on the climate finance flows to Africa, and then we just heard Michelle talking also about the climate financing gap. Similarly, for nature, the WEF estimated that we've had a jump almost tenfold in positive nature financing in the last 5 years to 100 billion, but that is incomparable compared to the 7 trillion that's going into nature destructive activities every year. And the Global Biodiversity Framework, which is kind of one of the key pieces of regulation, which I'll discuss in a moment, that estimates that we need 200 billion a year for biodiversity to be moving towards a net gain and not a loss by 2030. So we're still a way off from that. And this is kind of contributing to the awareness that we're now seeing amongst organizations, amongst policymakers, on the fact that nature is a major economic risk, and that it needs to be better integrated into policy. Obviously, this is a government responsibility, similar to with climate. There's a lot of parallels you'll see between nature and climate, but whilst governments need to be discouraging incentivizing nature-destructive practices, obviously there's an onus on us in the financial sector to have a complementary role, outside of the COP annual cycle, to actually think about what it means to not aggravate environmental loss and to capitalize on the opportunities that it provides. And clearly Africa is at the forefront, given the amount of natural capital that we have on our doorstep. And I should have said I'm based in Morocco as well, so we have a lot of beautiful natural capital at our disposal as well. So moving to the next slide, if we think about why we should be concerned by this loss of natural capital, what is our economic dependence on nature? Some organizations have definitely started thinking about this, others not so much. The WEF have estimated that half of the world's GDP is highly dependent or moderately dependent on ecosystem services, and that in turn they are at severe risk of disruption. So any businesses or investors that have services that rely on the ecosystem are now significantly exposed, and they are vulnerable to business disruptions in their operations if it's not identified and managed. And there's been an increasing body of research, most recently in this summer, the Global Canopy, a NGO with Oxford University, and the TNFD published a report which had very strong evidence linking damages and loss to nature with financial damages and negative impacts to the economy. So we're really at a critical moment in terms of the policy and the science, and there's really a great emphasis on us needing transparency in market participants to look at what the risks and the opportunities are. And it's still very difficult because it's very difficult to quantify nature. It's much easier to show the financial value of low carbon projects, but if we take a beaver dam, for example, a beaver is a very, very valuable animal. He builds dams using sediments. He contributes to the creation of wetland habitats that are very biodiverse, contributes to water filtration through pooling water, through water regulation, through damming. It sequesters carbon through the sediments. It's almost more efficient than a carbon capture storage, a CCS project. But how do we value that? It's very difficult to put a financial value on that. So moving to the next slide, if we think of the fact that nature-related financial risks are gaining a lot of traction, we're now more and more aware of the dependencies and impacts that we do have, and that from a macroeconomic point of view, it does present a material risk, and from a kind of broad financial stability point of view, for individual financial institutions as well as on the kind of macro level, if we don't account for these risks, they do potentially compromise our returns. And I think many of us in the room have a fiduciary duty to our investors to show transparency in identifying risks and managing them. And nature is certainly one of those, and can definitely have an impact on our profitability. Here you can see biodiversity moved up from position 3 last year to the second greatest risk by the World Economic Forum risk report, which is significant. And an S&P report that was published just this month noted that 57% of the world's largest companies have significant dependency on nature across their direct operations. And also the European Central Bank a couple of years ago released a stat saying that 75% of all their loans in the EU area were to companies that were highly dependent on at least one ecosystem service. So it's there, it just hasn't been made that visible yet. Moving to the next slide, we're seeing this across the news. It's been prolific in the last few years, mainly in the last 2 years, I think. So what are some kind of concrete examples? And I'd love to hear from you any examples that you have in your kind of work streams of nature. But we just heard from Sheila about soil health and the importance of that. Clearly, the agricultural sector is a very good example of the reliance on nature. 75% of global food crops rely on pollinators. So if we lose biodiversity through poor soil management, pesticide use, etc., we lose pollinators, we lose production, we impact downstream suppliers. This can be into pharmaceuticals, for example. 50% of modern medicines are derived from natural sources. So clearly a huge exposure for the pharmaceutical companies. Also for FMCG companies who rely on palm oil for latex production, they also need to think about agricultural methods upstream to ensure their downstream production. Also cement production, hydropower, obviously very dependent on water, water supply, water flow regulation, and in turn the interface with climate and changing weather patterns if precipitation increases or becomes erratic. And if these companies haven't integrated into their business models assumptions around ecosystem services and continued provision, that can present a significant risk. And we've also talked about metals, mining, oil and gas. Obviously these have primary dependence on natural resources, but they also require a lot of land, a lot of habitat loss, and they need a lot of water for their processing activities, for tailings and so on, for cooling as well. Even if, as Tony said, they're doing horizontal drilling, it doesn't quite eliminate all the environmental impacts yet. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention the reputational risk that's increasingly coming about around nature. We're seeing more and more end users, customers, our investors, for instance, in our fund, being increasingly unhappy with any business practices that are destructive to nature. We particularly see that in pension funds. A lot of pensioners are saying we don't want to invest with this pension fund because you support nature-destructive activities, for instance. So on the next slide, I just wanted to give you a few examples of where this has come up in my own professional life in the last few years. The slide before, please. In the top right-hand corner is a CCGD plant in Bangladesh, a thermal power plant, which is part of Bridgen Power. I had to work with them to undertake a lot of complex flood risk modelling, including kind of forward-looking scenarios to make sure that climate change projections and water levels were factored into the site design. And that was a critical step for obtaining meagre coverage, which we needed for our investment committee and for reaching financial close for the construction as well. And they recently had a high water event, and it was below the water line of the site, so that was very successful. And in this instance, we also worked closely with the local communities to build flood resilience, and we did this through a nature-based solution. This is where the nexus between climate and biodiversity can be quite neat. We invested in mangrove restoration projects, so that not only protected the site from an erosion point of view and from a sort of soil stability, which acts as a flood defence for the site itself, but it also improves fish stock, fish yields, which supported local livelihoods. Top left is the black howler monkey in Mexico. I was working with Atlas Energy, which is a renewable energy developer, at the La Pimienta solar plant, and we identified these monkeys during construction. They're a critically endangered species in Mexico. They have been for the last 15 years. So this was a habitat that we needed to deforest with very high biodiversity value, and it was a critical habitat for these species, and we had to work very closely with NGOs and with local communities to put together a preservation initiative which included darting the monkeys, relocating them, preserving kind of green corridors across our sites, and monitoring them during our operations to make sure that there was no kind of net negative impact to them. And through this program, we were able to secure financing with IDB, which otherwise wouldn't have been possible. And then a bonus point. Oh, sorry, I put the name on the slide. I was going to say a bonus point for anyone that recognises the asset bottom left. It's just southwest of here, just near Nairobi. It's the Kapeto wind farm. For those of you that haven't seen the video on YouTube or on Vimeo, it's a very good case study of biodiversity in action. They've done an incredible conservation program with endangered vulture species. They designed a program with local communities who have become bird watchers and with local NGOs to reduce bird strikes and bird collisions with the turbines. It's called a shutdown on demand program. It's had very, very little impact on the operational capacity, the generation capacity of the turbines, but it has almost removed the number of bird strikes to zero through the program, and it's also gained them a social license to operate locally because they've been employing people from the local Maasai community. And I've also seen this model rolled out in the Gulf of Suez in Egypt at another wind farm. So it's showing how when we embed nature-related risks into our management, it can have a tangible impact on minimising business disruption and maximising returns and building a credible reputation for us as operators or as responsible investors. So on the next slide, I just wanted to give you a flavour of how the policy and disclosure landscape is evolving. I guess the main marker in the sand is the Global Biodiversity Framework, which came out of COP15 in 2022 and had 188 governments sign up to it. So this was very positive. And the kind of headline aim of that was to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030 against the 2020 baseline, and to achieve full recovery by 2050. So that has become the definition for nature positive if we're thinking about aligning outcomes with the Global Biodiversity Framework. And I think it signalled that we've gone beyond a position in the market whereby taking steps just to mitigate negative impacts on nature is enough. There's definitely now an expectation that organisations will adopt a nature positive approach. It's been labelled a little bit like the new net zero, whereby we will integrate nature and biodiversity thinking intentionally and explicitly in our business strategies to kind of restore, regenerate nature and protect it. And this framework has seen a lot of buy-in from governments. We've seen central banks. Megan mentioned the Kenyan Central Bank. They've already launched a green sustainable finance taxonomy, which includes nature and biodiversity, which is really positive, ahead of some European banks. The Dutch Central Bank just announced that they would integrate nature. We've seen some jurisdictions already adopt biodiversity-related financial disclosures in the EU. In France, we've seen that since 2022, mandatory reporting on financial risks related to biodiversity. And in the EU taxonomy, we've also seen it included explicitly. So there's definitely a sense that the kind of public sector accountability is pushing down to the private sector. There's changes in national legislation. You can see Botswana, Rwanda have introduced it. If we look closer to home here on the continent, and we're seeing more of a push for private companies and private sector to move forward on monitoring and assessing transparently risks to nature. And I think this is quite similar to climate. Like, everyone in the room will be somewhere on the spectrum of, we know about this, we've thought about this, we're doing something about this, we've been doing this for 5 years. I think the important thing is not to get left behind, because as with climate, nature is a transition risk. Policy will change, and so it's good to stay front-footed with it. So the main global framework that you will probably have heard of is the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, similar to the TCFD that Megan was talking about earlier. So this is a voluntary global framework that manages, that provides a framework for managing risk and disclosing. It's basically helps financial institutions and businesses to identify their exposure and their reliance on nature, and then also to strengthen resilience to those risks and to identify value creation opportunities. And importantly, it's not a standard, so your risk appetite can remain what it wants to be in-house, but it's a disclosure framework that enables kind of market participation and comparability. And they have had before COP30, they announced that they've had 730 organisations sign up to TNFD and disclose, and many people are using their framework but not signed up officially. So it's had a lot of traction, and there was a lot of private sector involvement, including institutions across the African continent, in its development. And I think now there are over 200 financial institutions represented, which is equivalent to over 200 trillion assets under management. So there are a lot of institutions that are already engaged, and we'll probably see this become mandatory in the coming years. And I think it's indicating a move in the market whereby investors who are not disclosing or who lack transparency around this are going to be looked at with more suspicion than others, because this is clearly a risk that needs to be identified and managed, even if, as I said, you'll be on different stages of the spectrum in terms of actual mitigation. And then there are other movements in the regulatory space. We mentioned ISSB, the IFRS sustainability standard. They have just said that they're going to look at a standard setting process to add to their S1 and S2, potentially adding an S3, which will look just on nature. So that will align on TNFD. As I've mentioned, we've seen in the sustainable finance space taxonomies, including biodiversity explicitly. We've seen the issuance of green bonds, and we've seen multilateral development banks just this month release their own taxonomy to better define what activities should be eligible for nature positive financing and to track the global the GBF goals. So I guess the question is, I did launch a poll on the app, but I think that the poll on the app hasn't had much success. My poll question was, how many of you have started incorporating nature? So if we can move to the next slide. I think many investors are still at an early stage in getting kind of asset-specific location. Can we move to the next slide? And there's definitely a big difference between sort of large global managers and smaller firms who don't have the resources necessary to do a bottom-up detailed assessment of dependencies on nature and impacts. But it clearly makes good business sense, like with climate, and it doesn't just result in a financial risk. there are many other benefits to being proactive in this space. So in terms of sort of the 5 key steps, I'd say, to get started, one would be to identify where your company or your portfolio has exposure to nature-related risks. So identify whether you have sites located in areas of biodiversity sensitivity, for instance, or water-stressed areas, or areas generally facing significant environmental impact. Secondly, assess or evaluate those dependencies and the impact on operations. So look at the importance of that biodiversity, the integrity of that ecosystem. As Stephen mentioned, prediction is protection, and that very much applies here. We need to be predicting where we are over-reliant on nature, and things could change very quickly. And be aware that you might already be collecting, or your companies might already be collecting data on nature. They just haven't labelled it as nature. So for example, many of us track water consumption, hazardous waste generation, pollution, and so on. And as Megan said earlier, it's important to just use best available data. Perfection can get in the way of progress here. We need to start moving and understanding. There is a lot of free data available, which I'll show you on the next slide. Third thing is obviously to understand if you have any national legislation that applies to nature. And then prioritize and mitigate where you have the highest exposure and the highest influence, and where your impact on biodiversity is the greatest in terms of which part of your value chain or where geographically in your kind of asset base, and focus there and get advice on how to identify your risks. And then the final step is report, disclose, tell your stakeholders, your shareholders, what you're doing, be transparent, and this can then feed into investment decision making, which is positive for the market. And obviously the TNFD is is kind of best practice in terms of doing that as things currently stand. So you might think about adding a nature-specific policy to your ESG policy, for instance, where you might reference what you will do if you have developments or assets in critical habitat. For instance, referring to the International Finance Corporation's PS6, which relates specifically to biodiversity and the need to put together biodiversity action plans if you impact nature. Or you might want to integrate the fact that you follow a mitigation hierarchy, where you'll look first to avoid impacts, particularly for those of you that are in greenfield development. I know when I was at Actis, for instance, we set ourselves the target that we'd have no net loss in 100% of our portfolio, and then in 50% of our portfolio where we were building greenfield assets, we would have 50% net gain. And I think there's a good overlap, as we heard from Karen at SafariCom, there's a good overlap between nature and climate here, whereby the 5 million tree planting, for instance, that she mentioned will contribute not only to their climate targets, but also to nature positive solutions as well. And so we can obviously bring in the social piece here as well, in terms of working with communities to identify their reliance on ecosystem services and supporting their adaptation and resilience to them, like we did in Bangladesh. So just finally then on the last slide, these are just some of the tools that you may not be aware of. If you can flick to the next slide, I'd love to get a show of hands to see if any of you have used any of these tools. At least half of them are free. 1, 2, 3. Okay, a small handful. So the most obvious one, which I just took you through, is the LEAP approach, this is the TNFD model. So locating your sites, evaluating them, assessing them, preparing how to respond. If you log into TNFD, they will take you through that in a step-by-step approach. Nature Metrics are also another really good company. They've launched recently a new tool powered by AI to help organisations assess nature-related risks at a portfolio level rather than a kind of site-by-site level, using various different habitat health indicators. When I was working in Japan, I was working in Japan with Nozomi Energy, building a solar plant as well in a very forested, hilly area. And there it was really useful to use their eDNA survey, which enabled us to take water samples from a few watercourses through the site to infer all the biodiversity that was on site much quicker and much cheaper than doing primary surveys across multiple seasons across a very densely forested hilly site, albeit I did enjoy traipsing around in my wellies. Then Nature Alpha also has launched the one on top. top left in the middle, an AI-assisted data platform with lots of nature insights. IBAT, top left, that's a database which it provides information on conservation and preservation of different species. It's a worldwide database which is really useful. It has all the key biodiversity areas, KBAs, in there. The basic level is actually free, and they provide a really useful tool. Similarly, the GBIF, Global Biodiversity Information Facility, again, that's an open data infrastructure platform that anyone can access to look at primary data for biodiversity analysis. The WWF has a risk develop around specific. We can expect that more explicit indicators will come online in the next few years to help us to reverse biodiversity loss. That will be referenced in sustainable economies, sustainable taxonomy, sorry. So that's a whistle-stop tour on nature finance. Hopefully it's given you a flavour as to how the financial sector can move from being part of the problem in the loss of nature rather to being a lead. Very interested to hear from everyone has.
So our next presenter is joining us virtually. I can check.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. You can.
Hello. It's on.
Can you hear us?
I hear you.
Okay, great.
Can you also hear me and see my screen?
I can see your screen. I can hear you.
Okay, great. First of all, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the organizers of this very important summit for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak on this important topic. Colleagues, I would like to stand on existing protocol just to greet each and every one. I apologize for not being able to join you physically as I anticipated, but I really thank Mila and Teresa for making it possible for me to present virtually. So my presentation is on ESG practices by the African private sector in the context of the AFCFTA and the green transition. I will cover four main points. I'll start with a quick overview of the rising of ESG and sustainability requirements worldwide. I think most presenters have spoken about it, but I'll just put an emphasis on what is happening in the trade landscape. Then I will look at the findings of the study we conducted between 2022 and 2023 on the I'll share the findings with you, focusing on then look at a range of study which I shared with you earlier. And I'm going to dive directly into the first section, which is on the rising of ESG and sustainability requirements worldwide. Now, what has happened is that we are witnessing an increase of ESG and sustainability requirements around the world, whether in terms of eco labels, in terms of global sustainability requirements, in the trade and investment landscape. And this is not just happening outside the continent, but it's also happening within the continent. We have some voluntary standards in the AFCFTA, which is the African Continental Free Trade Area investment. And what is consumers are sending clear signal, or it's not only going to be a norm. And you can see actually how the continent is faring. Consumers, like I said, across the continent are sending these messages, whether it's in terms of buying products or in terms of sourcing locally produced Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear us? Hello. Hello, can you hear us?
What I suggest, I think let's skip this for now. I think since he's finding some technical challenges from his end, and move to the next speaker. Maybe we'll bring him in later at the later stage. I'm just conscious of time because anyways we are running late. So shall we move to the next presenter in that case? So it's a joint presentation, I believe. Uh, so the presenters are Hannah, John, and Redemta. If three of them can join on the stage, please. Can we have the presenters on the screen? You are presenting? Who else? Three of you, I believe. So one of the presenters is on the call. Barry Okumu. Okay. Okay. It seems one of the presenter is away and joining us in 10 minutes. So let's move to the next presenter, Barry Okumu. I believe we have a presenter here. We have Barry in the room. Oh, she's here. So please welcome Barry on stage. I believe you were expecting some. So the stage is all yours, Barry.
Sorry guys, I wasn't prepared. Just give me a second. Okay, good afternoon everyone. I hope you're happy and well. Good to see you. My name is Dr. Barry Lokumu. I'm with Dabar Consulting. I'm a veterinarian, but I'm also the founder of Dabar Consulting. And today I'm going to talk to you about redirecting finance towards equitable, humane, and sustainable food systems in Africa, a just transition away from industrial animal agriculture. So I'll use EHS a lot because that name is quite long. Next slide. So Dabar Consulting is a One Health organization. We support animal welfare organization, farmer organizations, policy stakeholders, and governments to shift towards equitable, humane, and sustainable animal production systems. We work alongside organizations like World Animal Protection, Humane World for Animals, BioVision Trusts, PELEM, and many others to co-develop EHS business cases, which we use to uplift smallholder farmers, improve animal welfare outcomes, and strengthen food systems. We also specialize in campaign mobilization and advocacy, stakeholder convenings, policy influence, monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning, and project management information systems to be able to generate evidence to use in our campaigns. Next slide. So this is our mission and our vision. Our mission is to transform the Africa's food systems to humane, sustainable, climate-friendly food systems, people-centered systems that protect animals and improve health, elevate our farmers, and safeguard the environment for future generations. Our vision is a continent where animals live good lives. We want our farmers to earn fair income, an environment that is protected, and food systems that are ethical, equitable, and transparent. Next slide. So as we can see, the global population is rising. Africa's population in 2015 was about 1.21 billion. In 2025, it's estimated to be 1.55 billion, so we can see that increase. And we estimate that in 2050, the population will be at 2.4 billion. So we can see a slow and steady, I don't know if it is slow, but we can see some growth in the population. And because of this, we have urbanization, people moving away from the rural areas and coming to the urban centers. There's also increased economic prosperity with people making more money than before. And therefore, there's greater demand for animal products. As maybe in Kenya, we can see that we have a lot of nyama choma joints that have come up. These are full from, it used to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now I think it's Monday to Sunday. We have all these quick service restaurants or fast food restaurants popping up all over the place. So people are eating a lot of these foods, but they don't know that it's quite unhealthy where it's coming from. So next slide. Next slide, please. Next one, just leave this one. So with this comes the challenge. There's pressure to produce all these animal products. And the challenge is industrial or intensive animal production systems. In the global north, it's called factory farming. And this is a system where animals are produced in large amounts, like cogs in a machine. They are raised in highly intensive methods. They are confined, they are overcrowded, in controlled conditions where painful mutilations happen, a lot of issues happen, and more than 80 billion farmed animals tend to pass through these systems annually. The goal of this system is to maximize profits while putting in very little, minimize production costs to quickly produce large supplies of meat and meat products. And we see that these systems are not even sustainable. They are expanding rapidly across Africa, and they are bringing about challenges for animal welfare, smallholder farmers, the public health, as well as the climate. And the result of these systems, as you can see there, is the suffering of the animals due to poor welfare conditions. We have marginalization of the smallholder farmers and loss of their livelihoods. There's also rising in the greenhouse gas emissions and environmental degradation. And there's also risks of public health, things like AMR or contaminated foods. There's also unsustainable supply chains that harm both people and the planet. Next slide. So I will start with the harms to animals. You can see these animals are not in good conditions. I mean, don't you feel sorry for them? These are the things that you're going to eat. Look at the way they are being transported. There's extreme confinement, there's poor transport. Yeah, animals are handled very badly, and there's no animal sentient. So sentience is the ability to feel, the ability to have memory. You know, animals have memory. I mean, how many of you have dogs or cats? You have dogs or cats? They have feelings, they have emotions, they have memories. So all animals have this. And this is what they are put through. This is in torture. These are things we used to see in World War III, World War II. You know, so animals are going through this, and the kind of meat you get from such animals after going through this is not the best quality. Okay, we also see painful mutilations in these systems, things like tail cutting, teeth clipping, castration. These things are done when the animal is, you know, they just grab the animal, castrate it, spray some alamycin and let it run off. Now the problem, if it's not done by professionals, animals tend to go through a lot of pain, infections come about, and even deaths can come about. And because of also those painful mutilations and diseases, a lot of antibiotics are used here and there. Then we have barren environments or restricted movements. I mean, look at these animals. The chicken in battery cages, the pigs in pens, crates. Barren environments are, like prisons, like cells. Animals need to be in enriched environments where they can play around with things so that they can be able to express their natural behaviors. So we see they're cramped in these pens. There's poor ventilations. There's also early weaning. They're taken away from their mothers very early, therefore having a poor start in life. And therefore the products you're going to get at the end of it is not the best for consumption. Next slide. Yeah, so this is part of the animal welfare. This is something that needs to be experienced in farms. And animal welfare means the physical and mental state of an animal in relations to the conditions in which it lives and dies in. So the animal needs to be in good welfare. Animal needs to be healthy, comfortable, and well nourished and allowed to express its natural behaviors. We have something called the 5 animal freedoms. And this was developed by Farm Animal Welfare Council from the UK in 1992. And these are freedom from hunger and thirst, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain and injury or disease, freedom to express normal behavior, and freedom from fear and distress. All these things must be experienced by animals in farms. And we see that this is not seen in industrial farming systems. Next slide. Then let's look at harms to the public. Malnutrition and obesity is a really big thing with these systems. Because of the cheap meat or animal products that are produced, we see obesity, like the picture you see up there. We also see malnutrition because of destruction of farmlands in the rural areas, and therefore their livelihoods are affected, crop production is affected, so there's loss of crops. There's also loss of crop nutrients through animal feeds. And then also, as you can see there, there's worsening of hunger for millions of people. There's also zoonosis, whereby diseases moved from animals. Because these systems are so intense, the animal immunity tends to lower, and therefore disease flare-ups happen. And therefore, we can see things like swine flu, bird flu, Nipah virus, COVID-19 came from such systems. And therefore crossover of diseases from animals to humans. There's also the issue of antimicrobial resistance, which is one of the top pandemic issues in the world that we in the medical fraternity are grappling with, where we see misuse and overuse of antibiotics in animal feed as prophylaxis to prevent diseases, to mask this already bad system. There's also antimicrobial use as growth promoters. By the way, did you know that ARVs are being used in animal feed? Farmers are using ARVs. Because what happens to people who take ARVs? They put on weight, they look good. So the same thing happens in animals. So they are fed with ARVs. By the time this animal gets to your plate, it's full of ARVs. When you take it, you start developing resistance to this disease, to whatever, HIV. And when you go for treatments, you wonder why the dawas are not working. It's such things. You're taking them in your food, as well as the other antibiotics. It is so bad that because human and animal antibiotics are basically similar, it's just the delivery system is different, but we use the same antibiotics. So if we use all the major antibiotics in our animal feeds, it is so bad that when people go to hospitals, they don't respond to the first level antibiotics. We have to move to the second level antibiotics. Sometimes people have to move to the third level, the colistin, which is used in ICU patients. That is what can be used to treat colds these days, because that's what can work. Next slide. Then let's look at harms to the environment. Environmental contamination. So pesticides that are used to grow animal feed tends to go into the environment and therefore cause the environmental degradation. Heavy metals like zinc are normally added in animal feed and through excreta goes into the environment and contaminates it. We have nitrogen from the farms through their wastes that goes into waterways and therefore creating dead zones within water bodies. And then antimicrobials that are in the animal feed or used to treat the animals directly also tends to go and be excreted into the environment. Then we can look at environmental impact, loss of biodiversity. As my colleague who was previously here mentioned, there's damage of forests, therefore biodiversity, wildlife is actually lost. We have soil erosion, due to the destruction of the trees and land degradation. There's disruption of water cycles because trees are water catchment, they are water catchment. And then there's also risks of flooding due to deforestation. Next slide. Then effects to the climate. Food and agriculture actually contribute 26% of our global human green gas emissions. Basically, we see deforestation, as I talked to previously, but deforestation, trees are very important as carbon dioxide absorbers. So because of deforestation, there's less carbon dioxide being absorbed. We have more carbon dioxide remaining in the atmosphere, and then extra carbon dioxide goes into the atmosphere due to burning of these forests to create land to grow food and also build those industrial houses. Next slide. Then we have harms to our smallholder farmers. The first harm we see is market displacement and loss of livelihoods, whereby the large industrial farms that come in, that produce meat, eggs, and milk at extremely low prices. This they do due to economies of scale, there's heavy subsidies, and cheap imported feed. So smallholder farmers cannot compete with this at artificially low prices, therefore leading to loss in market price for the farmers, declining in farm income, collapse of traditional livestock businesses, and also rural poverty and migration. There's also undermining of the local food systems, whereby we see reduction in demand for local feed producers. There's also weakened local value chains, and also increased dependence on imported inputs and from foreign companies. So this pushes communities away from resilience and local agricultural food systems. Then we also see exploitation of the small-scale farmers. So the industrial farming systems tend to lock the smallholder farmers into contract farming agreements that are quite unfair. There's also unfair pricing for the farmer products. There's also dependence on expensive inputs, that is feed, medicines, breeding stocks. We also see smallholder farmers going through debt cycles. And there's also strict quality requirements that they cannot influence or negotiate, therefore reducing farmer autonomy, trapping them into poverty. We also see cases of land grabs and displacements by large industrial scale farmers. Therefore, there's huge land, normally the industrial farms require huge land areas, high water access, zoning permissions, and therefore communities in those areas may experience loss of communal grazing lands, displacement of pastoralists, and also reduced, gosh, I hope this won't electrocute me. The sounds. Yeah, reduced access to forests, water, and wetlands, and weakened cultural and traditional systems. Then when we look at women and youth, they are quite undermined in these systems because industrial farms reduce opportunities for women to rely on small-scale poultry, goats, and pigs. Youth who also depend on the local livestock trade, processing and transport are affected, therefore widening inequalities and reducing livelihoods. We also see loss in local breeds, whereby we have introductions of exotic breeds, hybrids, and therefore eroding resilient local genetics and traditional husbandry systems. Next slide. So what is the alternative to this industrial farming system? To achieve a sustainable development is very impossible without placing the limits on industrial animal agriculture. And therefore, we actually champion for better systems for the animals, the environment, small-scale farmers, and the planet, a just transition. Next slide. So we want to move from what you're seeing on the left. Those guys look like they are prisoners. These are the things we are going to eat after all this frustration. And we want to move to what is on the right, which is more of an extensive kind of farming. They have space, they can go indoors and outdoors. You know, these are happier animals, and therefore the products you get are better. Next slide. And therefore, we have worked with World Animal Protection and Humane World for Animals to develop just transition papers. Let's move on to the next slide. I will focus on what we did with World Animal Protection, the Just Transition White Papers, whereby the objectives was to understand the impact of industrial animal agriculture, and the mitigation and adaptation opportunities for just transition. The other objective was wanted to advocate for shifts towards an EHS food system, and then we wanted to be part of a global movement that wants to end industrial animal agriculture and move to an EHS food system. Next slide. So within these food systems, there are a few recommendations. We want systems where farm animals are in high welfare standards in which their physical, environmental, and behavioral needs are met. We want systems that use resources responsibly and sustainably, and benefits flow across the value chains all the way to the local communities. We want systems in which the biodiversity is protected, systems that embrace climate resilient, local indigenous breeds, and production systems aligning with the natural environment. And we want systems that ensure food resilience and sovereignty, whereby all the society is involved and not the vertically integrated corporations. Next slide. Within this Just Transition White Paper, we also talked about good life standards, whereby we have 5 key areas within the good life standards. And the first one is a good life from birth to death. We want animals to live a life worth living with positive experiences throughout its lifespan. Then the second good life standard, is freedom to express natural behaviors. Animals that express natural behaviors become happier and become better end products. And the third standard is a humane and respectful end, whereby animals should experience very minimal stress from transport to death, and a fair deal for farmers and workers, whereby they should receive fair wages, safe working conditions, and support to a transition, for a transition to a higher welfare system. And then we want a better future for animals, people, and the planet through a just transition. Next slide. So this is what we need for the change to happen. We need there to be a shift to, people should have balanced diets. We need to have vegetables. I saw out there the meat trays were empty, but the vegetable trays were still full. We need to balance our diets. We need to shift towards plant-centered diets. I'm not saying cancel meat, but we need to eat balanced meat so as to put less pressure on the animal farming system. There needs to be strengthened food system governance, and we need more promotions of agroecological farming practices. Next slide. So these are the blockers of this transition. The first one is governance. We have a lot of industry, political activities taking place. There's issues of land access rights. When it comes to finance, I think these have been mentioned by my colleagues who came before me. There's issues with the harmful subsidies that go to industrial farms instead of getting proper subsidies for agroecological farmers. Climate finance also tends to forget the indigenous smallholder farmers. Public and private finance also tends to go to the larger industrial farms instead of the agroecological farmers. Then if you look at diets, people's diets are more meat-based. Like I mentioned, we have a lot of these nyama choma joints, so that is what people prefer. And therefore, we need to move again from higher meat diets to a balanced diet with vegetables, fruits, and many others. Move on to the next one, please. So together with World Animal Protection, we took a significant initiative to promote just transition systems and animal welfare as well as public health. Next slide. And that is our EHS, or Equitable, Humane and Sustainable Business Cases. And this is where we partnered with BioVision Africa Trusts together with World Animal Protection. We developed a data collection tool with about 100 indicators. We identified and interviewed 10 pilot agroecological farms within Kenya and Murang'a counties. And the findings that we got from this are now being used to support CSOs. We use them for government advocacy, to integrate these practices, agroecological practices, into policies and national action plans. We have even taken these reports all the way to COP. Next slide. So the key objectives and insights that we see from this, we want to promote, the objective is to promote agroecological practices. We advocate for the transitioning from industrial animal agriculture to EHS systems. The second objective was that we wanted to empower smallholder farmers. We see that there's an emphasis on the role of small-scale farmers in sustainable agriculture. And therefore, we want to enhance their livelihoods and also ensure animal welfare at the same time. The other objective is to integrate animal welfare within food systems. So we want to place animal welfare at the core of food systems transformation, recognizing its impact on public health and environmental sustainability. The potential application for these cases is to inform policy advocacy, support the development of farmer training programs, and also guide collaborations with other like-minded organizations to be able to scale these humane, sustainable systems all across Africa. Next slide. The key observation when we did our interviews and talked to the farmers, we noticed that the animals are treated with so much care and as sentient family members. These guys know the names of their animals. They give them the food that they eat. You know, they give them clean water. They talk to them. And the animals that you get out of this are amazing, healthy animals. We also noticed there was no overcrowding. There was daily outdoor access, like the previous picture that I had shown you. And when they go back to their houses at night, the houses are quite clean, dry, and well ventilated. They also provided the animals with organic feed. So the farmers grow their own feed for themselves and also for their animals. And the animals are fed ad libitum or at maximum. There was also very minimal drug use because the animals are not stressed, so they don't get sick quite often. And if any animal is suffering any ailments, they have their traditional ancestral remedies that they use to treat these animals. They also use enrichment tools to enable the animals to experience natural behaviors. And then there's also animal manure that is produced from these systems, together with the plant compost, is used for soil, therefore improving soil health, and healthy lush crop is produced. They also use manure for biogas, which therefore reduces waste. So this is a regenerative kind of system where the animals take care of the environment takes care of the animals and the people. So it's actually quite a cycle. Next, please. Let's move on to the next one. So the results that we found from these case studies was that we saw that integrating animal welfare and agroecological practices improved soil health, reduced input dependency, and enhanced animal well-being and farmer livelihood. The cycle of the livestock and crop interaction also helped maintain ecological balance and supported the biodiversity. Next slide. So in conclusion, we say that the potential of agroecological farming is a viable alternative to industrial agriculture. Embedding animal welfare in agroecology also strengthens the One Health outcome. And welfare-centered transition means ecological balance, food security, and resilience. We also have concluded that leveraging on structured tools like what we use to interview this farmer and data-driven approaches is quite essential and paramount. And then agroecology together with animal welfare leads to productivity and resilience. Next slide. And therefore, this is our call to action. We must develop stronger nationally determined contribution targets to address the urgent need to transform our food systems. We need to recognize the critical role of the African traditional indigenous food systems in our African society. We need to bypass the harmful practices that are brought about by intensive or industrial animal agriculture that are climate unfriendly. And we want climate financiers to redirect the much needed finances to boost our indigenous small-scale farmers. And therefore, we are calling for partnerships with champion countries in Africa to discourage entrenchment of these systems, industrial systems, and move to equitable, humane, and sustainable systems. Next slide. Thank you so much for listening.
Thanks, Barry. So let's move to the next presentations. It's a joint presentation by Hannah, John, and Redempta. If they can come on stage, please. Where are the other two presenters? They're coming? Okay. I just want to be clear that although you are three presenters, the timeline would remain same. So I would request if you can complete your presentation in 15 minutes, because we still have 4 presentation, 1 panel discussion left. So
no problem.
Yeah. So just a request. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Redempta Wanjiru Koimbori. I'll be presenting together with my colleagues, John Mushina and Hannah Dittmeyer. I'll present the first bit of the slides, then they'll come back later. Just a brief introduction. So then we have already heard a lot about the ESG agency to implement, and the great solutions that have already been provided. So what we can offer here from GIZ is, next slide. So this is the Partners in Transformation Desk East Africa team. We have Lara Kupke from GIZ, and also Hannah Dorenbush from DG Impulse, who's in the room and should be presenting tomorrow. Next slide. So the Partners in Transformation Desk East Africa is an initiative by the German government corporation to, it bundles up different programs within German corporation so that it provides a very diverse platform for private sector. So essentially it makes it easier for you to learn and connect with relevant programs within the project. So our core mandate is to promote responsible, climate-sensitive and effective business practices by supporting companies with tailored advisory and linkages. Our regional scope is Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. Next slide. So while we provide support to German and European companies looking to expand into East Africa or expand existing operations in the region, we also provide support to local companies within East Africa. So the support we provide is far-ranging, including ESG, which my colleagues will provide more insights on later. Next slide. So let me tell you a bit about some of the services that we provide. So one of the core services is initial consultation, where we create an enabling environment for the responsible business. We provide a free of charge confidential consultation, where we link you to relevant programs within the project, including sustainable financing, as well as technical support instruments, which are able to help you advance your project and also identify new opportunities within the sector. Other than that, we host networking events where we'll help you structure your project by connecting you to the right stakeholders within the environment. So in short, we act as a bridge that helps companies turn great ideas into real sustainable impact on the ground. Next slide. Okay, so I'll give you a little teaser of the 2 programs that you might find interesting within our project. So one of the most important tools available to companies is the Develop PPP program. which essentially is a jointly programmed by GIZ and the DG Impulse. So the program offers two distinct types of support. So one is the Develop PPP Classic, where we focus on the established companies by providing a project support that comes up to about 200,000 euros to 2 million euros. And the next call for the proposal is open on February next year. Then you also have the Develop PPP Ventures. This focuses on young companies or startups, where we provide growth funding with a funding of about 100,000 euros. Next slide. So for the Develop Classic, we support established companies, as already mentioned. And what we do is that we essentially help them to invest sustainably and expand their operations in developing or emerging markets. So there's a dual goal where we achieve long-term business goals by providing sustainable benefits for local people. So we provide the funding, and also the funding covers up to 50% of total expenditure. And beyond funding, participants also gain access to the valuable know-how because we support them with technical support, and also combined with our established networks of about 60 countries that are within our program, we're able to support them better. Next slide. Sorry, before this slide, there's the last program within our project called the Help Desk on Business and Human Rights. So this essentially assists European companies with crucial human rights and environmental due diligence. So it is free, individual, and also a confidential advisory service that is provided. So why am I telling you about this program? Because you might find that you might be affected by international regulations, and if you're trading within the European company. And secondly, if you, there are also a bunch of online tools that we have within our project, and they are free of charge, that may help you to position yourself better to start trade within European companies. So I'll invite my colleague Hannah Dittmeyer from AHK Kenya.
Thank you. Thanks, Redenta. All right, maybe to bridge a little bit, why are we as kind of Team Germany looking at supply chains and ESG topics in the first place? So maybe just to bring the context in, so GIZ as the Development Corporation and HK as the Chamber of Commerce work together on this topic on ESG and supply chains. And part of the reason is that Germany was quite early on with the developments of supply chain due diligence. As you may know by now, the law on supply chain due diligence has been a bit watered down, let me say it like that, and the same on an EU level. But overall, what we can observe that on a global scale, companies are required more and more to look into supply chain due diligence. And what we mean by that is, of course, to have a look at the human rights risks that are present in their supply chains. And this is as much an important topic as, for example, it was animal welfare in the presentation before, right? So we want to see how can companies manage their operations sustainably, how can they also prevent any negative reputation, for example, of human rights risks coming visible into their supply chain, and how can they take a proactive role of addressing supply chain risks. And so what we've done over the course of the last years, if I just the next slide, please, is a training that we have implemented for Kenyan and East African companies. Does this work myself or? Yeah, okay, sorry. So a training that we've developed for Kenyan and East African companies that are part of the supply chain of European and German companies. Why is that important? Because German companies and EU companies fell under that directive, so they have to look at their supply chains, and there is a high risk that Kenyan companies might be phased out just because Kenya as a country has a country risk of, let's say, child labor and other human rights risks that are important and might be evaluated. So, for example, as a tool that Redenta has mentioned before is the CSR risk check. So that is where you can see, and companies can see what risk applies to their supply chains. And this is the same tool that companies in Germany will also use. And this is present throughout the world in other countries that still have supply chain due diligence laws in action. And so this is why this is important. So what we overall did in the supplier training is just see how can companies evaluate their supply chain. So it's about mapping it, it's about looking at the different risks that you can see throughout it, and then evaluating those risks and finding ways of how to mitigate them. It's quite a straightforward exercise, but nonetheless very time consuming, which was part of the reason why supply chain laws overall are a bit under review right now, but we do see this push for having them go further. And yeah, more than that, whoops. So here you can see a bit, it's not actually moving. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so this is one of the trainings that we have done together with GIZ for supply chain due diligence. And what we really aim at is we want to make the suppliers more competitive. We want to make sure that they stick out against their competition so that companies that are residing in countries where you have supply chain due diligence laws can be very assured that their suppliers are doing the best they can to look at their supply chain, identify human rights risks, and mitigate them. So we were providing, and we are still providing companies with the tools to do so, so that once they go through the training, they are agents of change for their own organization, and they can basically go back the next day to their office and implement the changes that you need, considering, of course, that you need management support all throughout and also financial budgets to make this happen. So this is not such a straightforward exercise, but with the goodwill of the companies you can do that. And this is just an example of how you can proceed in order to get there. All right, and with those words, I would like to ask John to come to the stage to continue.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Good evening, and I trust you're doing well. My name is John Mushina. I work as a trade and policy advisor at GIZ. Next slide, please. I'll be discussing in the next 5 minutes, I promise, about examples of projects we're doing relating with the field of ESG. And I would like to focus specifically on trade. And the reason for this is because with the African Continental Free Trade Area, finally in its final negotiation stage, Africa is said to be the largest free trade area in the world. And that means a lot of catalysts, movement in goods, a lot of trade between countries. And as it stands currently, most of the trade within Africa will be done by road. And the truth is, road transport accounts for majority of emission to about 20% of what we have globally. And because of this component, we have several projects that we do across Africa that are meant to protect the environment and also human health in certain aspects. I'll start with the Partnership for Sustainable Trade, and then later on I'll talk about the Northern Corridor. So Partnership for Sustainable Trade is a global program by GIZ that focuses on supporting developing and least developed countries in the implementation of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. In this way, we do projects such as pre-arrival processing, which is basically translates to handling shipments at the port of, let's say, Mombasa. Even before the shipment comes, it's already cleared in the system, therefore it doesn't waste too much time at the ports. In Africa, we have two specific projects that go beyond just facilitating the movement of goods, but also touches on the environmental aspect of movement of goods. We have one in Morocco, which we call the E-Port Project, and we also have one in Kenya called the Kenya Green Customs Project. Both of these projects are currently in their inception phase, and I would like to focus on the one in Kenya given the context of this discussion today. Next slide, please. In Kenya, we are conducting what we call the Green Customs Project together with the Kenya Revenue Authority. And the intention of this is to create what we call a faster, safer, and greener trade ecosystem in the country. The idea here is to focus on commodities which, if they're not handled with care at the port, they pose a risk to the environment, either through leakage into the systems or pose a risk to human health, either through delays of, let's say, vaccines to hospitals or e-waste that can leak into the water systems. Our intention is to use our experience around the world in facilitating faster and efficient movement of goods to ensure that such commodities are handled with delicate care to ensure that they are not just moving fast, but they're also moving in a manner that does not cause any environmental harm to anybody. The way we are planning to do this is through creating a curriculum with the Kenya Revenue School of Administration. And this curriculum is going to target customs officers working at the ports, logistic operators who normally move these goods across borders, and also companies that normally trade in these commodities. With this curriculum, we intend to train at least 1,000 people across the country to ensure that they create familiarity with the sensitive commodities that need to be given more attention when they're trading in these commodities in the country. That is the Partnerships for Sustainable Trade project. Our second project is called the Northern Corridor Project. Next slide, please. The Northern Corridor refers to the route that goods follow when they arrive in Mombasa. First, goods that are going to South Sudan, and secondly, goods that are going to DRC. That is the route that moves from Mombasa, goes to Kampala, then goes to Rwanda, Burundi, and ends up in DRC. Through this route, we are supporting the Northern Corridor Transport and Transit Coordination Authority in ensuring that the infrastructure in place is worthy enough to support efficient movement of goods in an eco-friendly way. Some of the aspects we are looking for instance, electrification of this route to ensure we have electric fleets as opposed to those that are using fuel, among other projects. Again, given the context of today's discussion, I would like to focus on a project that we are conducting in Kenya in partnership with our colleagues in Kampala and also in Dar es Salaam. And that is, next slide please. The Lake Victoria Safe Navigation Multimodal Connectivity Project. Under this project, we are looking to utilize Lake Victoria as a transport system. And the rationale here is because road transport is, again, the highest emitter of carbon emissions among all modes of transport. The thing is, as of today, Lake Victoria is only utilized to 10% of its capacity. We are trying to work to bring this up to about 50%, which creates economic sustainability for the people living around Lake Victoria and also ensures environmental protection by reducing the amount of carbon emissions that are normally emitted while we decide to transport goods across East Africa by road. This project is already also in the inception phase. We have held discussions with the Lake Victoria Basic Commission, where we are looking at how we are going to, for instance, introduce safe navigation platforms on the lake, such that if you're using Lake Victoria at any point in time, you know where you are you closer to Tanzania, to Kenya, to Uganda? Such things is what you're planning to do to ensure that we protect our people who use this as a mode of transport, and also we continue protecting our environment as we prepare ourselves to usher in the African continental free trade area. Lastly, of course, to say thank you to all of you for paying listen to 3 different people from the same place. Please feel free to reach out to our colleagues here. Then you can reach any of our projects in GSZ. We have many projects that are willing to partner with different organizations to conduct a change for our society and our environment. Thank you very much, and wishing you a lovely evening.
Thank you. Thanks to all the presenters. Moving on to the next presentation, we have Collins Kinoti. Do we have Collins in the room?
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Yes, actually, for my presentation, I don't even think I need that presentation. I'm here to literally explain how the banking sector applies ESG risk, which we've now combined with climate risk to actually assess our clients, identify and mitigate ESG and climate risk, and at the same time explain how all these is applied in capital allocation. Currently, we have a problem, or rather, the African continent is so vulnerable to climate risk and ESG risks, and at the same time, we are witnessing a very sharp trajectory or a very high rate of urbanization, with very poor infrastructure. This is not my presentation, right? What we do in the banking is that we apply the IFC standards, where once you apply as a client, especially the institutional client, we first of all categorize you as either a category A, B, and C. So a category A means you are a client that really has the potential of impacting the society or the planet in a very adverse way that can actually be rendered irreversible. But for category B, they are actually limited risks, and they can be addressed in a way. Category C, these are the safe ones. When you look at our continent right now, it is very easy and it's very clear that there are some practices that if the banking sector do not address, then it will be a problem. We still have child labor in Africa. We still have forced labor in Africa. We still have unfair labor conditions and working conditions in Africa. And at the same time, we need to look into environmental problem. But for me, as colleagues sitting in a bank, I am always very worried about social risks, because social risks are irreversible. The environmental risks, we can do something about it. When you harass someone sexually, it doesn't matter what you say to them. That is never going away from them, right? So I always feel a little bit worried when we mention ESG and always we think about environment all the time. And we forget in Africa, we have very poor working and labor conditions that if not addressed, companies will keep on taking employees for a ride. Now, the good thing about banks is we are classified differently when it comes to ESG and sustainability. Everybody knows that we are classified as enablers. We sit aside from the rest of the world. Why? Because if it were not for the banks, then we couldn't be having this conversation in the first place. We have contributed so much in catalyzing industrialization, catalyzing urbanization and all these things to a point where we are here talking about climate change, talking about ESG and other forms of risks that are actually contributed because of a willing buyer and a willing seller, a willing investor and a willing investee. So what we are doing is we as banks are actually viewing a client not from an ability to pay perspective, but from an ability of how ethical is your business. I will give you an example. If you are a company that do not respect data privacy, for example, we are in a world where clients have started identifying all these loopholes. This company does not protect my data. So what do? I look for a better client, or I look for a better institution to have my stuff done. So if we keep on banking with someone who do not respect these issues, it means they will lose clients. When they lose clients, what happens? There is no revenue. When there is no revenue, how will you pay back my loan? So I'm literally protecting my investment by telling you to behave. So I normally tell people when it comes to ESG risk management, we have to behave like two thieves. We've gone to a bank, it's a haste. We have the money. So we need to put each other in check. Thief one and thief two has to tell the other thief, you don't need to go out showing everyone that we now have money, right? We need to go under. It's a very bad example. But this is what we are trying to do with our clients. I mean, if you don't protect these environmental initiatives, the government is coming for you. If you don't renew these licenses, the government is coming for you. When the government comes for you, you pay fines. When you pay fines, you forget to pay me. Because what do you think a client will prioritize? Government fines or paying loans? They will default. And I always say default is a calculated action. When the consequences of defaulting are lower than the benefit of defaulting, that's when we default. Let's all look ourselves to the face. At one point in time, we have defaulted on something, on a payment. I want to believe so. And it is because at that moment in time, it's not because you never had money. You realized, okay, I can do something else better than paying this guy. So that justified your defaulting. So at the bank, when we receive your application, first of all, it actually starts with the account opening. There are individuals right now in Kenya, you walk in a bank, nobody will open an account for you because you are a walking risk. You are a walking risk. For example, if you are a PEP, politically exposed person, we'll scrutinize you with a third eye. If you have been involved in logging affairs, you've been involved in fraud before, nobody will look at you, right? If you are mentioned in any corruption affair, nobody will have to listen to you. And you were saying, if all banks behaved, some of these behaviors we're seeing even in our society that are to the root cause of implementing ESG would die completely. Statistics are that for every 2 people in Kenya, 1 is a thief. So you can imagine how many thieves we are inside this room. So we need to ask ourselves, if literally ESG was done the right way, if we viewed sustainability the right way, then things would change. In the banking sector, allow me to speak a little bit about sustainability. I will go back to how we assess these risks, only that I feel I need to say this. Sustainability is about shared value. And shared value is about making sure every stakeholder feels part and parcel of your success as an institution. When a bank calls SMEs for a training about capital access, market access, knowledge, and financial access, we want these SMEs to succeed because when they succeed, they bank more with us. When they bank more with us, we get more revenue, they get more revenue, and we can trade our businesses very well. To me, that's a definition of sustainability. Not when person is up and the other one is down. That's why I keep saying that the banking sector, we are at risk. We keep advertising every day. So many profits after tax. So many profits before tax. When everybody else is complaining, I don't have money. One day the public will stand up and ask, why is it that the banks are making profit when the rest are not? It is a sustainability issue. It's a time bomb. So if you're an institution that is thriving while your surrounding community is not, a time is coming. And that's why as a bank we've decided we'll protect everyone. Now, as I say what I'm about to say, I want to give an example with Kenya. There is a misbehaving sector that is so good in giving an example of how banks identify issues. So we have microfinances in our country that are funded by corporate or rather banking institutions, micro lenders. Now, we know small businesses are very prone to predatory lending. Okay? You can literally put them in a cycle of loans and loans until the business dies. Now, who are promoting these practices? The banks that are lending to these micro lenders. You have a micro lender here who you will lend, who will come lend to you, buy a vehicle, then in 2 days you realize that my contract, I'm actually paying in USD, yet I borrowed in Kenya shillings. I have a tracker with me here that once I park my vehicle, it's stolen. People are being killed. Human rights issues are being connected to lending. Now, if we do not control this kind of behavior as banks, as enablers, this will be a problem. So now, when you apply your loan to us, we'll categorize you as either category A, B, C, and D. Now, I'll give you an examples of category A. These are large infrastructure projects, oil and gas sector. I'm talking about large real estate program, mining and quarrying. All these sectors, we look at them with a third eye. But then, being a bank in the sub-Saharan Africa, I still have to ask myself so many questions, especially on fossil fuels, oil and gas, so many questions. I need money for my transition. There are some sectors we have to give a slow death. Sectors like tobacco, sectors like alcohol, sectors like gambling. They are actually in the exclusion list. There is a list that we use and we say these are businesses we are not touching at all. Like for me, gambling is a no. Alcohol, there is an appetite that I have, guided by IFC. If you're producing beer and wine, we can have a conversation. Your whiskey and vodka, you need to look for your own ways, right? If it's about gambling, and anything I say in this platform, I'm speaking as colleagues, not as I and M-Pan. I have to make that one very clear. I want you to imagine a gambling company A comes here that is purposely 100% revenue generation is from gambling. That is their primary focus. And then I have a 5-star hotel here that has a casino in the 5th floor. As much as I'm not funding gambling, I need to introduce an appetite that if you are not generating your revenue substantially from gambling, then that there is a conversation to be had. Okay? So this is how we look at these clients who are somehow risky. Now, when I come to these small other businesses, I will be very focused about your labor practices. I'll be very focused about your waste management, your resource efficiency. I keep saying, and I hope God keeps me alive for long, the biggest financial risk of the future will be water stress. And the bad thing about water stress is if we banks do not literally assess our clients on these elements, is the secret is hidden in the pricing. When you find your taps flowing every day, when you find the water bills are so affordable, you feel like this thing is never going away. But look at water in real sense. It is because of water that we can literally sit down with a very good Wi-Fi and enjoy our internet, right? This thing is being used in volumes and volumes to cool our data centers. This thing is used in volumes and volumes for industrialization. But we never ask ourselves, where is this thing coming from? So we have normalized it. So if you are an industry that hasn't put systems and practices in place to manage your resource efficiency, when you land on my desk, I will rate you as a high ESG risk client. So once we have ranked you, we've done an assessment. Actually, we send an ESDD, or rather an environmental and social due diligence questionnaire to these clients. And this questionnaire actually looks very simple, but what tells us what we will do next with you. Because we need to see, do you have the right permits, certificates, I don't know, licenses, and all that, yes, based on your sector. And these questionnaires are sector specific, how I will access and host hospitality. And this reminds me that we have a very misbehaving hospitality sector right now. Yesterday, I found someone has funded a hotel industry that is literally constructed in the middle of these things that migrate every day. What is the name? World-based. Someone is literally constructing a hotel in the world-based migration path, and an investor has put their money in that. That must be a crazy investor. An investor who never values the pain and the gain of a whole society. It is very wrong, actually. Now, once we do all this, if you're a category A client, you're eye exposed, we conduct a site visit. Now, this is where the rubber meets the road. And this is where we find most of the mess. I personally have found a number of cases of child labor. I have found cases where it's a manufacturing plant, no protective gears being worn. Someone might ask, why are we checking all these things? For example, on health and safety. You walk in a site and you find male and female are wearing the same protective gears. What does that one tell you? This is a contractor who literally do not appreciate what it means to be safe in either construction or a mining site. I want you to imagine a lady wearing a protective gear that is compact all the way from head to toe in a mining. This is an engineer who is in literally a mining. Now, this lady needs their natural calls and all that. Now, can you imagine the stress this lady is going through? This is where sexual harassment cases begin, right? So even the law itself has been amended, that the women protective gears should be different from the men, right? For the women, it must be way down and up. They must be separated. Now we still have contractors who think that is a joke. Now these are things that will make us rank you as a higher ESG risk client. So as much as we are singing of all this about diversity, equity and inclusion, where we talk about PWDs, when I come to your organization, man, I can't see any young people with disabled. I can't see them. The future is coming for you, right? We need to appreciate diversity. All these things, we are assessing them as much as the maturity levels is not really high. So once we do this credit score, now capital allocation begins. This is where, for example, the approvals are to be made. So if you are a high risk client, what happens? There is high cost of capital. Your interest rates will shoot, right? Your tenor. Years, I'll tell you, man, I don't feel safe with you. I want to stay with you for only 3 years. High premiums, right? But now if you are a lower ESG risk client, you get to enjoy longer tenure. You get to enjoy low cost funding. I mean, I'm comfortable with you. I don't see any risk with you. I think you're good to the community. You really appreciate community relations. Your community views you as someone who is part and parcel of their development. So all these things, we're looking into them. And this goes all the way to LCs, letters of credit. A letter of credit, people might think it's something that I need to fund, get paid, pay me back. No. I have to access who's giving you the goods. What are the goods? A client came to me the other day, a very large infrastructure project for a government. They tell me they want to bring in security apparatus. You want me to fund you to bring security apparatus and you don't want to tell me what really security apparatus you're bringing in. So who can guess what such a transaction can cost to the population? Infringe of privacy data and human rights. We don't want you bringing in equipment that are actually not supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing. So you need to bring in product description. You need to prove that whatever you're bringing has been sourced ethically. This goes all the way to manufacturing. If you're bringing in raw materials, you have to prove that these raw materials are being sourced in the right manner. So we look into all these things. And now, because of this, we come up with things we call sustainable finance framework. Yesterday I was so happy about Safaricom. It is through the sustainable finance framework that they've come up with this green bond that people are subscribing to, right? So each and every institution now is striving to implement sustainable frameworks. I have had this lady here on humane on animals. You won't believe it. It is part and parcel of my sustainable finance framework. If you can prove to me that you're actually treating animals the right manner, you're doing farming in the right manner, your interest rate will not be the same as that person doing traditional livestock keeping and all that. Waste management, if you are in the business of providing affordable health care, affordable education and affordable housing, we can't treat you the same as, but then there are definition of what is affordable. Okay? If a contractor is building a road in the rural area and one is building a road in the urban area, we don't treat you the same. Because the contractor building a road in the rural area, what are they trying to do? They're opening an economic activity for a whole community that is dormant. In the urban area, it's a different story. So we can't treat these two guys the same. That is the meaning of sustainability in banking and how capital allocation is applied in this. So I don't want to take much of your time. I think we'll have this conversation in the future. You'll share my presentation. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin. So we'll take a quick break for tea. I believe I would request if people can come back in 5 to 7 minutes, just grab your tea or coffee and come back in the room since we are running quite late. We need to finish 3 more presentations and 1 panel discussion. So yeah, have a quick break and come back to the room, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So we can have our tea break, and just so you know, at the end of today's event, there is a reception, a welcoming reception, right after the end of today's event. So you can stay back at the end. So for a quick reception at the reception hall after the event today, a welcoming reception time at the end of the event. Thank you so much. So you can go for a quick coffee break. We'll be back in next 5-7 minutes, so we can just wrap it up.
I mean, from where I come from, at least, I know, and I'm not expecting to own a land, so if I'll purchase it. Yeah, so also climate finance commitment. In regard to entrepreneurs, women-led institutions or women-led enterprises are still way underfunded. And now it was in the African women enterprises. So we have the good ideas, but then we do not have the funding. So why is it important to include community, but also include women? So we look at it, first of all, from our teams. Are our teams gender diverse? And it's not just a fallacy to say, oh, you know, gender inclusion, we need to do it in practice, because then if we have more gender diverse teams, then we can bring in diverse ideas, right? There's only experiences that, I mean, yes, males do understand the context of men, but they also the value of lived experiences. And then there's also the aspect of board to include also a gender balance in boards to enhance transparency and ethical practices. Projects gain strong community trust when women and marginalized groups are meaningfully involved. I think for most instances, we've been preaching about involving local people and involving community to sort of gain their trust. But we should not be doing it just because we show investors that this is what has been done. We should be doing it in practice to make sure that the benefits. I do kind of have a problem with, and I've worked in wildlife conservation before, and this situation whereby they say, okay, this community is being attacked by elephants, which is alternative sources of income. So what do? Let's get a tree, let's teach them how to make soap, but then we don't provide market for them. So how then is it sustainable? But then when these stories are sold, there's a lot of investment that go into this, but then the effect on growth. So then doing it, but doing right purpose and showing monitor to gain right sort of like outcome, it is benefit. So yeah, there's investment attraction. So as companies involved in ESG, it's not just a greenwashing situation to attract investments, but rather doing it in a measurable way so that the investors can gain a good idea of what you're doing, but rather not just greenwashing, okay, this is what we're doing, but then there's no impact. Okay. So I'm almost done with the preaching on this section. So, one, inclusion in boards. Inclusion of women in boards and leadership is very important. Number two, inclusive recruitment and promotion. Promotion, we're not talking about putting them on promotion because they're women, but because they're women and they're qualified. So promotion based on merit, and then mentorship and sponsorship programs. But I'm talking about these things, but I'm sure most people are already doing them, right? So I'm just we're reminding ourselves. Gender-sensitive environmental programs, community engagement, equitable labor policies. So what we're here today is to introduce Carbon Removal Kenya and what we're doing, our work with the community. Carbon Removal Kenya is barely a year old. The association was formed in March of 2025, and we're an association of carbon dioxide removal companies. This is a very pioneering industry. So Carbon Removal Kenya is dedicated to now building awareness, attracting investment in this sector, and working with men to shape policy and ensure Kenya establishes itself as a global leader in the carbon removal sector. Is Kenya a leader in this sector in Africa? After Ghana, yes, Kenya has been doing so well in terms of this technology. So we do engineered carbon removal. So these are innovative technologies designed to actively capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, playing a role in mitigation, climate change. We focus mainly on engineered carbon removal technology. So number one, we do biochar. So biochar is, the process, it converts organic waste into a stable form of carbon. It can be sequestered in soil for long periods, improving soil health. So biochar normally used as an organic fertilizers, mostly in farms. We have enhanced rock weathering. In this process, silicate rocks are grounded into smaller particles to capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and then it turns it into stable minerals. These technologies store carbon dioxide for long periods of time. I'm talking thousands of years. We have direct air capture. We've all had Octavia Carbon. That's one of our companies that is building engine technologies to capture carbon dioxide directly from the atmosphere. This is also to just climate goals of maintaining temperature, capturing especially carbon dioxide from already there's industries that emit, and sectors like aviation industry that are definitely going to emit. So how do we access carbon dioxide from the atmosphere? These are our members so far. So next slide. Yeah, so these are our members. We have Octavia Carbon. Octavia Carbon is building direct air capture technology. Octavia is based in, we have a farm next to Nakuru. And then we have in Kikopey specifically. And then we have Flax. Flax does enhanced rock weathering. Biosora does biochar. Safi Organics does biochar. Biological does biochar. Great Carbon Valley, we have Stella, we have company. So Stella is working to inject carbon dioxide into the ground permanently. Organics, biochar, Sirona, direct air capture, pyrogen, concrete mineralization. Concrete mineralization is the process whereby carbon dioxide is injected into fresh concrete. In that, it becomes a stable carbonate. It's permanently removed in that the concrete stronger. Affinate Carbon, then Carbon, and our partners currently are Carbon Drawdown Initiative and Carbon Future. Okay, so these are our companies, but then we also welcome more companies to join through our membership program that I will discuss. In communities, why is it important for me to talk about carbon dioxide removal and how communities being impacted? Number one, we don't have proper policies yet for carbon dioxide removal. In Kenya, we have an act released in 2024 that talks about carbon markets and how it should work, but then the laws are still not very clear, and those are the kind of things that we're pushing for. But then there's also the idea that 40% of proceeds and from CDR projects should go to the communities. And so we just want to show how we're working with the communities, because this is also an industry that normally has a lot of sort of not believing in it, but how can I say, it's myths and misconceptions we're trying to address. Communities, for instance, fertilizers mostly benefit farmers. Most of them are women farmers. So if you're going, they work in where and rice has biochar. And then we have Region Organics that work mostly in Western. They work with sugarcane remains. So when lasers are developed through these processes, it benefits the community firsthand. These studies to show that farmers' yields improved after using biochar. Oh yeah, okay, cool. So then we have female talent pipelines, for instance, Octavia. So Octavia Carbon is developing the direct carbon machines, and these are already working, but then we need local engineers. Most of the employees in the company, young, driven, qualified engineers building the technologies from scratch. But then how females are also included, given that we have less females in the engineering field, so that when now we have female pipelines to make sure they are included. We have equal pay in our companies. You're paid equally for the same amount of tasks, hours. Your gender doesn't define that. And then we have community engagement initiatives where we work with women groups. For instance, in Kikope, we're working with women groups to provide them with their needs to improve their livelihoods. So this could be providing them with, let's say, chickens to raise so that they can get them, and also just economic that help them boost their group and increase their income, and so that they can also provide for their families. And procurement policies should also have inclusion in our supply chains. And then, well, safe spaces at work, for instance, spaces where women speak. We have like Women of Octavia, where they convene and men convene. Next slide, sorry. I've been concentrating on my laptop, so I don't check if you're moving, but you should be moving. Yeah, okay, cool. So Kenya's Rift Valley has volcanic rocks and mineral-rich rocks and fertile soils that they offer ideal conditions for carbon mineralization for long-term carbon storage. Carbon storage is actually ideal in the Rift Valley because of the rocks they have underground. And then we have clean energy supply. So let's say atmosphere through your machine until the process of injecting it underground. And to consider this process fully clean, then you need to supply the machine. And the process is also highly energy intensive. But then thanks to our national grid, it's over 90% renewable, fueled by geothermal power. So this provides option for such energies to develop. Abundant biomass feedstocks, because we have large farmlands, are used to make biochar. So these excessive plants, sugarcane husks, they're very good in making biochar that is used as fertilizer. And then we have homegrown talent, highly educated and driven. So I think I've spoken about why we need the analysis carbon removal. So these companies came together because it was vital. Number one, carbon removal, as per the IPCC report, is vital in Kenya. I'm sure some of us are hearing about this for the first time. And then there is lack of knowledge around the sector. There's also myths and misconceptions, like, oh, maybe the community does not benefit, or these projects use up community land. So the projects actually work for the benefit of the communities, or hand in hand with the communities. Investment into the carbon removal sector remains low. So it's hard for track investment because some people believe the technologies are not as well developed because they're developed in Africa. So these affects even the carbon credit quality. They believe like carbon credit quality is from the global south. So these are the kind of things that we want to change. And then last but not least, negative carbon removal. How do you count of carbon Kenya? So members apply to our website. Members go through together to see if your technology is already working, which benefits the community, and then you're invited to join. And then we have a partnership program. So a partnership program for university students that are developing technology. And we have a great example of Zen Carbon. They're really young students from University of Nairobi that developed a technology on concrete mineralization where they inject carbon dioxide into fresh concrete, and they're doing very well. They joined the project as Pathway. So Pathway is people have the idea, but they are not fully established in it. So within a few months of Zen becoming a member of Carbon Removal Kenya, they've already sort of established themselves. They're already attracting investments, and it's amazing to see their inclusion of young students and inclusion young Kenyans into this field to be innovative. We welcome collaborative initiatives that support our activity to advance the mission of accelerating the growth of dioxide removal in Kenya. Yeah, so you can get in touch with me, our email, that's my number, and that's our location. Thank you so much. Any question? Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Hello. Adewale, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
Yes, yes. Presentation, I request to keep it short. Uh, Please don't go beyond 15 minutes. So, since we are running late, so over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I start now? And please confirm that you can hear me. Good
Yes,
evening,
please go ahead.
everyone. Yeah, so good evening, everyone. We'll just be talking on transitioning to net zero, a guide for businesses. My name is Adewale Lawa. I work as Group Sustainability Lead at Evercorp Industries Limited. So to start with, when we talk about transitioning to net zero, I'll be guided by this outline, introduction, and down to the conclusion. So when we talk about net zero, we are trying to look at how we plan to reduce our emissions, scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. The scope 1 emission is the direct emissions from company-owned facilities or any equipment owned by an organization, vehicles, generators, that is scope 1. Scope 2 is purchased electricity from the national grid, in the case of Africa. Scope 3 is about your value chain, your supply chain, all the things that are not owned, let's say your third party, vehicles owned by your third party suppliers, your suppliers, or within your value chain. That's the scope 3 emissions. Even though if you can see my diagram, you see I talk about the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, I just have a diagram represented here. So we understand that the solving climate change is actually a global endeavor, and it's very important for organizations, especially when globally we know that we've committed to reducing emissions from the COP at the COP 28, committed to us reducing emissions by 2050 for especially countries in Europe, in the EU. We've seen most companies and countries in Africa also commit to that as well, that they want to reduce their emissions. Some are saying by 2050, some are saying by 2060. It now shows that for countries to achieve that through their nationally determined contribution NDCs, they also need commitment of the private sector and businesses to help in that regard to commit to reducing emission. We now see organizations through private sectors now also having what we call net zero plan as a way of reducing their emissions. So because we know that the effect of climate change is real, and then that means that every organizations need to now commit to reducing the emissions. We've experienced unpredictability of rainfall, heat waves, rising sea levels, water scarcity as a result of the effect of climate change. So it now shows that organizations now need to pay more attention in trying to reduce their emissions. To start, why should they even transition to net zero? There are a lot of benefits, of course, because what you cannot measure, you cannot manage. For you to better manage, is important for you to also understand the sources of emissions. So this help you to, when you are able to understand those sources, you're able to better manage your climate risk and also provide opportunity for you to be able to save your cost in terms of on understanding where the emission sources are and trying to use that opportunity to save costs for your business. Another thing is also to future-proof your business against the effect of climate change, flooding, looking at understanding the likely effect of how climate change can affect your business. Through that, you are able to manage it and safeguard your business against the effect of climate change. And also meet the needs of stakeholders. We've seen investors today and other stakeholders that are actually committed to working with businesses that are inclined about reducing the effect of climate change on their business. Again, it's also help your business to create wealth when you commit yourself to reducing your emissions in your business. There are some actionable steps that businesses can take in order to reduce their emissions. There are some we call the short-term net zero effort. One thing that is critical here is that when we say organizations should commit or business should commit to reduce their emissions, it's important for them to also understand the available resources that they have. We are not saying that you can just reduce your emissions totally to zero or to the residual level within the short period of time. You also need to understand the available resources for you. That's why we say it's important to have a plan. When you have a plan, you look at your available resources. What can you achieve within short term? What can you achieve within the medium term? And what is achievable in the long term? Let's say before you see some businesses could commit to reducing their emission by 2030, some by 2050, 40, some by 2050, and some by 2060. Meaning that you now have to plan ahead based on what can you do in the short term. Of course, the quick win for you may be that it's important, like I said earlier, you need to first understand your conduct carbon footprint assessment to understand your emission sources and the hotspot. Then you know what to reduce. You need to create what we call emission inventory that help you to identify the sources of emissions, and then from there you can now start thinking ahead about based on you have a plan. I say, of course, the critical win can be energy efficiency for now. When you are not turn off your lights, you in your office facility premises when you're not there, think about water sensor taps, look about the quick win energy efficient bulb, use switch off the air conditioning system or appliances, especially in the case of Africa, that we use AC a lot because of heat. You switch it off when it's not in use. If you are the last person in the room, you switch off the light. So we look about the quick wins that you can achieve with little or minimal resources that you have. And you also think in the long run what you can achieve within the short term. Also, another critical thing is important to have a sustainability strategy that also indicate how you intend to reduce your emission as a business in terms of you trying to, when you've done your current state assessment, it's also important to have a clear strategy or what we call net zero plan as part of your overall sustainability strategy to look out how can you better reduce your emission. You need to also ensure that your sustainability goals align with your corporate overall corporate values, goals, and plans. Another critical one is you think about how can you conduct carbon capture and sequestration in terms of for especially those who are heavy, those in the manufacturing space, who are into energy intensive source of production or space or sectors or high risk sectors like oil and gas. Thinking about how can you do the carbon capture carbon and reduce your emissions. So those are very important, but it's not you need to allocate resources to this. We are not saying that's why you need to have what we call short-term plan, medium-term plan, long-term plan based on available resources to say that we commit to this in this particular period. These are the things that are feasible enough for your business to achieve now. These are the things that can be feasible later on, but the overall plan is how you can now achieve that. Let's say you give yourself to 2050 or 2060. You have the short term, medium term, and long term plan. Of course, when we say net zero, we are not saying that you are going to be able to reduce your emission 100%. What we are saying is that you are able to offset your carbon when you understand the sources of your emissions. You are also trying to think about carbon credit, how you can gain carbon credit to be able to ensure that your emission get to zero or residual level. So from the medium term effort to long term net zero effort, you can also think about renewable energy. Sometimes renewable energy for an organization, for a big organization, can be a short term plan in the sense that, for instance, the administrative building can easily change to renewable energy. In the case of Africa, because of the fact that we have solar energy in abundance, we have hydro power too that we can leverage on. Think about that, I would say as a quick win to reduce the emission. For small scale businesses or SMEs, that may be a medium-term plan for them to go to renewable energy because of the fact that they may need to. But you can think about quick win that you can gain, and then based on that's why I said it's important you look at your resources and plan ahead accordingly. You need to also have a very clear plan, decarbonization or net zero plan. That's think about your situation, your resources, your local regulations, for you to be able to achieve that. Another critical is also you can leverage your research and development to look at what is feasible for you now as a business, what you can achieve now, and how you can implement it to be able to achieve your net zero plan. And then in terms of what are the key action points for businesses to transition to net zero plan. Like I said before, it's very important, firstly, to conduct carbon footprint assessment in the sense that what you cannot measure, you cannot manage. By conducting carbon footprint assessment, that will help you to understand the sources of your emission, where you have scope 1, from the one, your things that you have control over, your scope 2, the exploitation, and scope 3 for your value chain. And also, when you now understand the sources of emission, it's important for you to establish the target, set a zero target, and say, okay, what can I achieve now in this now in the short term, in the medium term and long term, based on your available resources, and this should be realistic and feasible based on your own reality as a business. And another case is that you now develop your net zero plan that include your short-term, medium, and long-term goals and metrics to achieve the success. And it's important for you to now implement the plan across your entire value chain. Look at who are your stakeholders. How do you, because your supply chain is also another critical issues too in reducing the emissions. Who are your suppliers? How do you also, not just as a business, within your own control of operation, you also look at how you can also better negotiate and engage your supply chain, which is very critical and important for you to also do that. And then you continuously monitor this and report your progress over time, because sometimes it's that when you start, you have companies that start by measuring from experience. We've seen companies that they start from they only calculating their scope 1 and scope 2 emission before moving to their scope 3 emissions, because they find that they do not have control over the supply chain, and later on they start having a plan how they can also reduce emissions from their supply chain, in terms of even sometimes having engage their suppliers, and then having to let go of some suppliers because they do not want any form of reputational risk to their business, because by dealing with suppliers who are generating a lot of emissions, they are now looking for suppliers who have who are also ensuring that they have a net zero plan in place too. Another critical thing is that to achieve this too, it also involve a kind of industry collaboration with whatever sectors that you find yourself. It's also important for you to collaborate. So because you can share knowledge from the members of your industry sector, it may be private sector group, that you learn from each other and also see a way to be able to achieve your net zero plan. It's also a way of you meeting the science-based target initiatives in terms of ensuring that we meet the you are reducing our emission in line with the 1.5 degrees centigrade. So by way of conclusion, we know that in the wake of the seriousness of the effect of climate change that we experience globally, it is important. It's no longer something that businesses should just be thinking about. It's now very imperative that businesses should think about how they can reduce their emissions. And one critical thing again for businesses is that they need to set a clear, detailed plan in terms of a short-term plan, medium-term plan, long-term plan for them to be able to reduce their emissions. And one critical thing again is that that you should pay attention is that these targets must be monitored, and you need to also constantly reevaluate it to see that how feasible that you can achieve it over time. It's not that something that is set in stone, that once you have the plan, you can continuously look at the plan and then see that how feasible that you can achieve the plan. Because one critical thing is for you to achieve the plan and see how realistic, who are your stakeholders, how can you better achieve the net zero plan. For us at Evercorp Industries, even though we just our mode as a business, and we have a plan to lead, because in the last 2 years when we came into being, our plan is to acquire businesses and operate it or build it to last. So in our own plan, we also try to incorporate net zero plan as part of our business strategy. We have under us, we have financial services, we have food and beverage industry, and we also have a energy industry as our plan. So as part of our group. And what we've done is that we've also tried to identify the likely, identified likely source of emissions for our business and have a plan set in place to see how we can better reduce our emission. So it's very critical for organizations to start thinking ahead if we globally, if we will meet the target of reducing, achieving net zero, corporates, businesses, private sectors has a very important role to play in this regard. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Adlore. I think it was an interesting presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions?
Shall we move to the next? Okay. Thanks, Adore. If you want to be online, I think you can still be online if you want to hear the next session.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can probably log off.
Thank
After
you.
Let's bring the last session of the day, the panel discussion, which will be moderated by Stephen, joined by other panelists, including me. So I think let's kick start this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it's time for the panel sections, and we'll be having Mr. Steve, who will be moderating this section. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can the panelists please come up here? Also, I just got an email from Milo, and he said that there's someone named Issa Ali that's going to join the panel last minute. Would that be you? Yes, please join us also. Yes, please. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah. Molly is here, and she went to get someone else. Oh, Allison stepped out for a call. Because it's changed, you know. Where should I sit? Whatever's covered. Yeah, I'm waiting for Alice. I'll stand right here. It's okay. No big deal.
Nairobi. Thank you. I for fun and work closely with the companies that we
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ambrish Bansal. I'm Senior Vice President and Global Lead for Management Consulting Services with Lloyd Register. So Lloyd Register is a pretty old organization. So we are around from last 265 years with offices in more than 80 countries, serving clients across maritime and energy sector. So along with the management consulting head, I also wear the global head for ESG advisory and investment advisory. So looking forward for this discussion. And but what I would like to say is, I think there is a benefit when you go last in the day, because most of the things are covered. So probably will not repeat those things, and we'll try to keep it short and punchy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ali Isa. Good afternoon to all of you. I have been fairly quiet from mid-morning to now. How many of you can you raise your hand if any one of you here is from African research institution or think tank? How many? Absolutely not. So that's something none of you know of me. So I think I'm done with your question. I happen to be coming to you from one of the, if I might say so, premier research institutions in this continent, called the Horn Economic and Social Policy Institute. Among the other things we do, integration, governance, blah, blah, climate change is a core issue of what we work on. And I am fairly impressed that after roughly 8-9 hours of debate and discussion, some of the most fundamental issues in terms of research orientation, I hope have not come through, and I can add 1 or 2 or 3 of those in the next few debate or discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali. And good evening. Need to get the energy up in the room. It's the graveyard shift, as we call it. My name's Ayub Osman. I spoke to you this morning, if you remember me. I'm still wearing the same clothes, so in case you have a visual memory, that's probably better. I'm with Ericsson. I head up marketing, communications, sustainability, and corporate responsibility. So quite a long title. Passionate about technology and climate action and ESG. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya too, but take care of 27 countries across East and North Africa. And maybe an interesting fact about me, which everyone will now move their heads, which is I love to wear colored socks. You can see. Everyone, there you go. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Luandle Mati. Based on that, you should know now that I'm from Southern Africa. I work for an institution or an organization called the Industrial Development Corporation. which was started by the South African government in 1940. So we are 85 years old. The South African government, as you would know back then, they needed to have an inside industrial fund to start, key strategic industries so that they can survive. The world was against them. So they gave about 10,000 US dollars equivalent to the small industrial funder to go and start industries. We were able to establish a company called Sasso, Forsco. We invested in the whole steel sector in the value chain, aluminium, so anything carbon intensive in South Africa, we basically contributed to its establishment. And the reason why, it's because we had a lot of coal back then and it was cheap, but also there was cheap labor when we started. So we still heavily invested in those sectors, and they are principal specialists who look after everything sustainability. ESRG, we don't have ESG, we have an R in our ESG because resilience is a big part of what we do. Economic resilience, adapting to climate change and so forth, and an impact. So in 1940, we were established with the mandate of developing industrial capacity but have an impact on the economy. So we started doing work on impact in 1940, and we've been doing it for the last 85 years. One thing about me, I'll come back to you on that one. Thanks.
Well, thank you everyone for your introductions. I really appreciate it. So now we're going to start our discussion about ESG in Africa. And I'm going to start with you, Allison. From the investor perspective, how has ESG principles shifted investment decisions and value creation across Africa in recent years?
Yeah, absolutely. Working. Thank you. And yes, happy to take the question. So, you mentioned at the outset some of the ways that ESG has evolved. And, I'd love to kind of delve into that a little bit more. So the first one, and it's been mentioned a bit on the stage already, the first one is that, when I started with African private equity 10 years ago, this was a DFI initiative. ESG existed because DFI said it should. They'd set the standards, they gave it to managers, and managers tried to implement it. And if you were, midway in the life cycle of a fund, that could be really difficult at times. And now this is very much broadly accepted. So it is not just DFIs, it is your institutional investors, your pension funds, your sovereign wealth funds. It is generally coming up as something that is a core part, an integral part of the investment process. And in that process, the ESG, it has also become more complicated, more complex. So it's always been a very, small acronym with a big meaning, but now it's covering even more. So things that were maybe light touch before are much more nuanced now. Things that were nice to have before, climate-related considerations, that's just required these days. And then that has all contributed to the second change, which is that, there is much more integration. So I think 10 years ago, because it was still relatively new, it tended to be a little bit more detached from important investment decision making. It wasn't necessarily in the room where the decisions were being made. It was kind of, set aside, I suppose. And now it is much more, again, integral to the process. So for the fund that I work with, that means it's coming up very early in screening. It is in the investment committee discussions. It is much more likely to be the reason a deal does not proceed very quickly, right? It's going to be in your legal documentation, your deal structuring. It's going to be in the room in your board meetings with the companies that you're working with. It's just much more present and much more integrated. And the third point that I would mention is that there was much more focus, I feel, on risk before. It was very kind of defensive. Very much, kind of, which put us at a disadvantage at times to go to management teams with which was, like a list of kind of all these doomsday scenarios. And now it's very much about how can we work with you to create value, to take advantage of these opportunities, to sell it in a way. How can you understand the impact or the positive outcomes of the hard work that it takes to do ESG work? And so there is, I think, a much more nuanced conversation nowadays that is much more about the positive externalities and the positive outcomes of good ESG practice.
Elegant answer. Okay, I'm gonna see if anyone else would like to add to that. If,
Just put it. It's okay.
It's okay, yeah, right? Yes. So maybe just to add to what Alison has been saying, I've just said when it comes to, as I said earlier on, we've been doing impact for a long time. But as a self-funding institution, which means we go to capital markets to raise our funding, we've had to change how we undertake our pre-screening and of course our due diligence. So, and that has had an impact on the cost of capital. I think when financial services sector speak to how they need to change and how they are promoting the use of sustainable finance, we miss telling the fact that because of this new emerging state of ESG and impact and sustainable finance, the teams who were doing due diligence in the past or the pre-screening or business support, they've had to change a lot in terms of how they conduct themselves, which has meant the requirements from our business partners have changed. And coming from a institution which happens to be a development financier also, we are known for asking for a lot of information. However, now with ESG, impact, shared value, sustainable finance, and all these emerging regulatory requirements, it has an impact on the cost of capital. It's also some of the costs that we have to incur. So that's another thing that I think, if I'm inward looking, I would add to what Alison has just said.
Thank you very much for your answer as well. Now I'm going to go to Ambrish. ESG is evolving quickly worldwide. How has ESG... Oh, sorry. ESG is evolving quickly worldwide. Now, what core...
Priorities, I think it's very important to understand that ESG, would be different for each continent, each country. You cannot have the same principles we are using in Europe or Asian countries or any other country or geography to Africa. I think the maturity level, the priorities, the challenges are quite different. And I think that's a key, because what I am seeing right now is a lot of people simply copy paste what some of the developed countries are doing. But for me, I think Africa, if you talk about ESG, I think S and G aspect are really critical. Uh, I think one of the fellow speakers early in the day mentioned about, how most of the focus goes to E when we talk about ESG. But I think for me, to start with, S and G aspects are really critical. And so we need to prioritize and we need to identify, the low-hanging fruits first before we really start developing a sort of a roadmap, a short-term, mid-term, and long-term roadmap. So I'm very clear and I'm very certain, and I think most of the people in the room are also aware that I think there are 4 or 5 key priorities or the focus areas for Africa. Definitely the water security, uh, the energy, the clean energy, sustainable irrigation, the workforce training. I think these are some of the and definitely the governance aspect, which covers anti-corruption and a more uh, I would say a digital aspect, which really makes things more ethical in nature when we talk about the supply chain. So these are the 4 or 5 key areas which really need to be focused when we talk about ESG. I think the next step is how we can prioritize it in terms of the short term, mid term, and long term. I think for me, I probably would not talk about mid or long term at this stage, but I think for me, I think short term is where we do a foundation, because right now what I'm seeing is, if you look at the Africa itself, I think some countries are really mature enough. They have really done a good job in last few years. If you talk about South Africa, Kenya, I think they are the front runners, but bulk of the countries are still lagging. So first of all, we need to have some sort of a standardization across the ESG governance aspect, I think, and that would not happen overnight. We need to really work on that, and how we can standardize the approach across sectors, across geographies within the continent. I think that's something which is key. And when I talk about short term, it's primarily we are talking about 0 to 3 years timeline. It could vary depending on the country maturity, but yeah, I think that's a broad timeline I'm talking about. The second is, we have been talking about clean energy, so we need to have more and more pilot projects across renewables. We need to have more solar projects, wind projects, and that will really help country or rather the continent to grow and become more sustainable. The third important aspect is training, job creation, and again that's also not going to happen overnight. We really need to identify the key, the trainings, learning programs for individuals, how we can support those individuals, and we have to have a continuous improvement program across geographies. So I think these are I would say some low-hanging fruits where we really need to work, and then definitely we need to build on these things as we move to the mid-term or long-term. When we talk about 3 to 5 years or 5 to 10 years, I think that's my initial take.
Amber, those are very valid points, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I really appreciate the fact that you went to Lloyd's Register in order to be with an organization that is part of your core values, and I really respect that about you. Now, my next question is going to Lwandle. From your experience at IDC, what progress have you seen in embedding ESG across African industries, and what is driving that progress?
Short answer, access to capital. So everyone is embedding ESG, is ensuring that it's part of their strategy, because the capital markets and private equity firms and everyone else is saying, I am not going to give you my cash if you don't have this. And you heard earlier on, most of the financial institutions have got their exclusion lists. They're very clear on that. That's the starting point. But in addition to those for things that they are saying they're not funding, and in addition to that, they have requirements on how you should conduct yourselves. And that is a basis of anyone if they want to access any capital.
Yeah, access to capital is very important. Without access to capital, there's no project, and without projects, you can't develop Africa. So I respect that you went to IDC, you were working with IDC, and you're trying to allow organizations and projects to get funded to try to develop Africa. Thank you very much. Now,
I think definitely the investment is a key. But what I'm seeing when I work with my clients across the globe, ESG is moving from the cost center to the profit center. So I still see in Africa, I think most of the companies, they consider ESG investment as a cost center. They don't consider it as a profit center. But slowly I'm seeing that sort of a shifting and ESG becoming, the competitive advantage and strategic element. I still see a lot of multilaterals. So I do work with most of the multilaterals and large commercial banks. But what I did find, especially in Africa and most of the other parts of the world, the local commercial banks are still, they are not into ESG. They are still focused more on the numbers. So that really, gives some sort of a headway to the people or to the companies who really want to invest. So I think what my recommendation would be, I think more of the commercial banks should follow what multilaterals like World Bank, Asian Development Banks, and major multilaterals are doing, and bring ESG as one of the key element when they fund any project or any company.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of organizations and banks, especially in this part of the world, if what you said is true, because I'm new to sub-Saharan Africa, that they don't understand that, at least in my country, 86% of investors want to invest in a socially responsible company. Like, this is very important to them. They want to make sure that companies adhere to their values. So that is great to hear, but I do think, though, with situations like CSRD in Europe, that is going to cause companies in Africa as well as banks to have to adhere to stricter ESG standards in order to be able to get foreign investment money. This is a model that China actually did, because they needed to have stricter ESG guidelines in order to bring foreign investment into China. Now,
since both of the last remarks brought in the issue of governance, the reason I find, as I said earlier, sort of a little paucity of lack of discussion, is the public sector role in African continent in terms of climate impact, adverse impact. The one thing that makes Africa unique, disasters in climate are happening everywhere. Some countries are able to cope with those, and others less so. So what I was hoping that even though the whole focus here is on corporate sustainability, is when we talk about investment when we talk about ESG investment, the elephant in the room is the role of the government. In a number of ways. One, this continent has some of the least savings. We had a meeting of 300 African research institutions in Addis Ababa only barely 2 or 3 weeks ago. And the one common issue that was generally agreed together with the African Union, together with the sub-regional authorities, is that the major issue that has to be addressed in order to be able to cope with something which life and death in terms of climate, particularly the Sahel, particularly the Horn of Africa, is to have financial resources that are predictable, that are sufficient and adequate, that could be targeted at this issue of life and death. In particular, when you look at the savings, public savings, most of the countries that are most severely affected by adverse climate change are collecting tax ratios in the low single digits. I think Kenya and Rwanda and few of those are probably collecting a little bit higher. So the problem, first of all, is are you collecting enough resource? The more, and equally I think critical, is are you allocating it properly for the most essential services that this continent needs to address? So what I would I think urge all who want to look in terms of what the paucity of savings does to climate change impact is the fact that we can now change that model and figure a way for governments to generate some surpluses for climate change. And that would be the source of leveraging the private sector capital, financial institutions, development partners, instead of going annually and sometimes even more, with hat in hand to every carbon saying I need 100 billion. That's peanuts as to what the governments can raise. It's peanuts what they can leverage if they do the right things. I just want to conclude without going too far to say I think that the source of the problem is what the moderator sort of touched on this morning, which is prevention, which is not only prevention but preparedness. Unless we have sufficient resource of our own to address climate change problems, unfortunately, we're going to be in that cycle of asking for a little more help here or there. And I think we better focus on that before it's too little, in my own view. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. We should be prepared and not wait until something already happens to react. We need to prepare before something happens. Now, Molly, in large-scale infrastructure, how has ESG shaped decision-making, risk assessment, and project development?
Thanks very much for that question, Stephen. Well, I think it's almost in the name. So if you've got a large-scale infrastructure project, resettlement is part of the plan. Now, you touched on earlier that no two countries are the same. So this project is structured as a 25-year concession agreement with the Ministry of Infrastructure in both the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Zambia. So already we have two governments. We are funded by Duna Asphalt, which is part of the Duna Group, which is the largest civil Hungarian construction conglomerate. So already we have a plethora of different guidelines, different expectations, different experiences. So when it comes to resettlement, of course you have your baseline requirements, environmental and social impact assessment, all of the usual things that you have to do to get your project approved. Now, where I think JED Africa is doing things differently is the implementation thereof. I think commonly in this space, people outsource their relationships with the host communities, whether that's through consultants or NGOs, but largely it usually lasts a few years. But given the nature of the 25-year concession, we made the decision early on to be the face of the relationship with our host communities. We have over 95 villages along the project route, over 4 different languages, and as you can imagine, a mix of different cultural norms and expectations. So JED's decision early on was to establish the sustainability department, largely to take control of the implementation of resettlement, to ensure we can adhere as best as possible to IFC performance standards, while of course also meeting local requirements. Even 2 years before construction began, we started to build a local team, which I'm really proud to say now is about 35 people. The average age is 26. We have a 50-50 gender split. So the whole team that is involved with our resettlement action plan and our livelihood restoration programs are from the communities, our host communities. I won't go into the livelihood restoration program, which is about climate smart agriculture, but as I promised, I wanted to keep it focused on the social impact. So aside from resettlement, we also have what we call community campaigns, which is essentially programs that we designed to simply spread awareness. In that case, it can be children's road safety, which we're building a road, so we see that it also ties into our risk assessment, for increasing traffic. It's also our job to bring that education to the communities. So we've got children's road safety, financial literacy, which I'm sure everyone has seen some of these financial literacy programs before, but I would like to take the opportunity to explain that the team that we built searched high and low to find some financial literacy material that was applicable and understandable and not so dry, and we couldn't. So JED, we made it in-house. So from a collection of illustrations, AI, focus groups from across all the villages on the route, we've developed our own financial literacy program. There's fighting to own that own the relationship with your host communities, and to not outsource that. And it really does just start with stakeholder engagement. Sit down, listen, engage, make open platforms of communication. It's a two-way street. Part of your question was also about project development. So if I can, I've zoomed in very closely to the communities which you can see I'm passionate about. But if I zoom out a little bit, infrastructure in general in Africa, we need a diverse solution. So you've got the Lubitu corridor, focusing also on moving minerals from the DRC. A couple presentations ago, they're speaking about the northern corridor, Walvis Bay. So KMTR, Kazumena-Mwenda Toll Road route, is simply another piece of the solution to infrastructure. Yes, it is largely focused on moving critical minerals such as copper, cobalt, lithium, and others from the DRC, but we view it as just one piece of the solution, and we all need to keep working towards diversifying that. It's not that one corridor is going to solve all the issues that we have. So I think in closing, listen to your host communities. Just take the time to put listening on the agenda.
Can answer that one too. Okay. So digital infrastructure for me is probably one of, if not the most important, one of the enablers for ESG. And you know, these days you can't really talk about anything without talking about technology, whether it's AI or 5G or connectivity. So it's quite an important part of, you know, providing African businesses with the toolkit to be able to work through, for example, their operational data that they collect. It covers, for example, giving companies the visibility. When they're looking for investments, they're able to use that data, using this data infrastructure that they have set up to analyze volumes of data, to go out and see how they're driving their operations, making their operations, for example, efficient. There's also, data infrastructure is also quite important when you look at climate resilience. And I'll just give you an example. At Ericsson, we roll out network equipment, and one of the equipments that we roll out is called microwave. So it's what really connects different parts of the network. But what we've also done is using that equipment, microwave equipment, to look at weather predictions and forecasts. So it's really built for a different purpose, but you add a layer on where you can do weather predictions and support with, you know, analysis or with forecasting for potential climate disasters, which, you know, Africa has had quite a few of those climate shocks. Another example I could give you is, which we've rolled out in Malaysia and the Philippines, is a program called Connected Mangroves. So it was wetland that they were, you know, having lots of issues because of the local communities, you know, harvesting and also not really, you know, putting the efforts in developing the mangroves, and then using, you know, connectivity, AI solutions, AI cameras. The mangrove project was then used to, or rather we worked together with the local government, we worked with technology partners to do what we call connected mangroves. So they were able to detect, you know, what parts of the mangroves mangrove forests, are being depleted, what the issues are, and provide some kind of monitoring. So there are quite a few solutions, but another part I would say where data infrastructure comes in is in the S part that you talk about, which is really about social inclusion. We know in Africa, for example, we have lots of pockets of no connectivity, so rural connectivity is quite a big issue. But alongside with that, I mean, we know, at least in Kenya, but I know across Africa, not everyone has access to banks or cash. So you also have another element, which is looking at inclusion, financial inclusion, where there's the financial literacy that you were talking about, but also ensuring that people are able to, use their money wisely, but save it somehow through this financial programs. Again, we also provide mobile money as a platform to our customers, and we cover over 60 million transactions across Africa through this mobile platform. Again, that's digital infrastructure supporting with social inclusion. And then I think that one of the most important thing is, I would say, stronger reporting, especially for African businesses. We have a big challenge in our continent where a lot of African businesses are really keen to drive ESG as part of their program. And it's, like my colleague here said, a lot of investors are very keen to understand, should I invest in your company to, for example, set up a greenfield network, or should I put my money instead in, a solar panel field where I will get a better return of investment, but I also are able to give back to my shareholders what they want, which is social responsible investing. So digital infrastructure for me is almost tied hand to hand with ESG, covering all the three acronyms, E, S, and G. When it comes to social inclusion, when it comes to climate resilience, when it comes to governance. Governments also are playing a very big role in making sure that they are trying to attract investments into the country. So I think last year or the year before, if the Kenyans who are in the room must have remembered, we got about two tree planting days. And they happened in the same year, and everyone was wondering, oh, we're getting lots of holidays. But there's a reason why that was done, for those who didn't know. It was because the government has seen that there is a lot of companies and governments who have made this commitment to be net zero, and they cannot do it in their industrialized nations. And therefore what they're doing is they're coming back to Africa to say, lots of forests, lots of trees, we can use that as a trading mechanism when it comes to carbon trading. So I feel that the digital infrastructure network and infrastructure itself, fabric rather, is important across African businesses, and we can't do without technology. None of us will. If you don't have technology in your business, you might as well shut down.
Man, when you were speaking about all of the ESG programs, the sustainability programs that Ericsson is doing, all I could think to myself was, wow, this is amazing. Like, Ericsson is really socially responsible. Like, I really need to research more about what Ericsson is doing. I'm very pleased and very impressed with what you've been leading across Africa. It's just amazing. You're like a sustainability hero.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
So now, Ali, I have a question for you. What is the biggest barrier slowing ESG adoption in Africa?
I think the concern I had on governance can be a bit more elaborated to respond to your concern. One of the major difficulties is that we're dealing with, in this continent, issues that don't have any borders. If you look at, I'm quite familiar with the US. There are certain things that are going to happen every year. Hurricanes are happening, fires are going to be happening. But the question is that there is a capacity for a continent, and the richest country in the world anyway, to be able to address that on a scale that makes impact and has a significant sort of ability to save a lot of lives. By contrast, we're sitting here in Nairobi now, and I wonder how many of you are so familiar with and conscious about the fact that one of the potentially one of the worst droughts might be brewing in the Horn of Africa, particularly Ethiopia, particularly Somalia, particularly parts of Kenya. And the issue I'm raising this is because of the awareness and the lack of being fully prepared in advance to be able to make a difference. That goes to governance, that goes to using proper data, that goes to having sufficient, adequate funding ahead of time. I think again it was one of your remarks this morning. Let me just give you the I think concern that needs to be understood across the board, which is unless you have sufficient funds to do the right things at the beginning or before the disaster happens, you're going to end up paying multiple billions and billions and billions more to deal with the problems at a later stage. So the question is, how do we address this in 2 or 3 ways? Using the available data, the available scientific capacity to predict these kind of disasters. Much more importantly, it's a way of pooling resources. How does this continent deal with climate change? If not continental basis, at least on a regional, subcontinental basis. To say that this year it's, Mozambique's problem because there is, God knows what, a major problem or a major disaster. So the way, I think, to build the infrastructure, the way to make sure that we have the level of preparedness to save lives and to prevent these things happening every year. I can tell you in my own lifetime, every year I'm hearing floods in Kenya, I'm hearing floods in Somalia. When do we learn that the floods are going to come again? So I think my response to you is, in terms of ESG, particularly investments, adequate, sufficient financing ahead of time should be allocated and in place, like you do for balance of payments problems, like you do for, the World Bank developmental funds. Let's have a climate fund owned, sponsored, managed by the people of this continent.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. As you know, I delve into ESG intelligence and predictive sustainability intelligence, and we view how to approach problems in a very similar way. Okay, now I want to ask everybody to answer a question in one sentence. What is the single biggest shift that you expect to see in ESG investing on the continent over the next 5 years? Starting with, excuse me. Yeah, it's in one sentence. What is the single biggest shift you expect to see in ESG investing on the continent of Africa over the next 5 years?
Intentionality. I think it's already happening, but intentionality.
One sentence. Yeah.
Sorry, I've messed this up.
Okay.
No, I think that there is, as has been discussed, there is a lot more depth in the topic and a lot more nuance. I think it'll be important, not one sentence, to look at ESG in an intentional fashion and discuss the hard topics as well. They're not always as easy to discuss, but are even more important. They might not be the first thing out of a company's mind from a marketing perspective, but it's going to be important to talk about the hard things as well.
I think we can all agree that sometimes ESG is overapplied and maybe misused in its application. That's a comma next. I think what I would like to see the biggest shift be in this space is bottom-up communication. So not just coming down from regulations or guidelines or sometimes often Western or European expectations, but from the bottom up. I've spent most of my career in the extractives in the copper belt, and that is maybe not the shift that I expect to see, but the change I would like to see.
Okay, probably I will make 2 points. One is, to me, I think upstream investing. I think that's a key, especially looking at Africa, because before we really do a midstream or a full-fledged investment in any capital project or infrastructure, I think it's very important to understand how it will impact. So like World Bank does, and some of the bank already do that. So upstream investment should increase. I think that is going to be set up a foundation for the bigger investment to come in. So more of pilot projects with the help of investors. Second is, it's not directly ESG, but yeah, PPP. I think that's the way forward, and that I would expect a lot of PPP would happen, especially for the large capex, large infrastructure projects in Africa. So these two things I would add.
I would simply restate what I said initially, which is I think the capacity to look at the climate, or not only on the governance side, but the capacity to raise sufficient continental-wide funding to leverage investments from both institutions and to increase the efficiency of delivering that.
I would say that there will be, over the next 5 years, stronger requirements on companies to integrate ESG as being part of their businesses rather than being seen as an add-on. This is going to happen, and it's happening already in the West, and Africa is next.
Okay, since I'm the last one, I'm going to give you 2 more lines. Not one line. I think we shouldn't underestimate what ESG and impact, how it has shaped how investments are made in the continent in the last 10 years, the last 5 years. And as such, in the next 5 to 10 years, I see more role of technology in how we do or how we undertake implementation when it comes to ensuring that ESG currently happens on the ground, that those bottom-up approaches we've been talking about and yearning for from an African perspective. So the role of technology. And I think there are new industries and sectors that are coming up that are going to be exciting in the next 5 years. The critical minerals game plan that we're seeing, all countries are talking about that. Our central banks are putting more pressure on financial services sector to actually be very transparent on where they're investing and how they're investing from an ESG perspective. The automotive sector is going to it's going to change. It's not going to look the way it is in the next 5 years. We can go on and go on. We're going to have a mine of the future in the next 5 years. I don't know how it's going to look like, but it's going to be very interesting how that mine is going to look like. Thanks.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm very happy to listen to everyone's perspective, and I could see the potential in Africa. I spent a lot of time in Tunisia. I spent like almost 10 years in Tunisia, so I've seen development firsthand in North Africa. I'm new to Kenya, so like I'm still learning Kenya, but I see the potential here, and the people here, they're so bright, they're so warm. Like for me, like my first thought about Kenya is just how sweet the children are, how friendly they are. They are always like in my compound, hi Stephen, or what's your name? What's your name? Hi Stephen, hi Stephen. And when you see like how sweet these children are and how kind they are, it says a lot about a society, like how great the society is when the children are so great. And like I was just happy to like, cause back home, like I'm always on my Facebook, I'm always having to like share stuff about missing children, and like here it's like these children, like they're just, I feel like and my daughters are in Tunisia, so I'm glad that they're in Tunisia also. And but these kids here, they're just extra sweet. And it says so much about the Kenyan society. And all of the Kenyans I met, they've been so so warm and like loving people. So, and the people are so educated and they're hungry. The young people are hungry. They're hungry for change. They believe so passionately that there's so much potential in Africa. And I want to do my part, and I'm glad to see all of these experts doing their part in order to try to make a difference in Kenya, East Africa, and Africa as a whole. And I think Africa can lead the world in doing things the right way. There's so much potential here, like I was talking about this morning. Now, with that said, I think that we've had a long day and people are probably tired, but I just want to say that I'm humbled and appreciative of being with these honored panelists. They're just the top experts in their field, and please give them a round of applause. And thank you very much, and I hope everyone has a good evening, and we'll all see you with the networking event now.
So let me wear my chairman hat